Well, good afternoon and welcome to the top end. It's Super Saturday, the best of West Coast and NT Rugby League. I'm David McRae, and for the first time I'm bringing you a live game from Field 2 at TRL Stadium. It's the Tru-Flow Services Premiership, the first one for round 11. It's the Nightcliff Dragons and the Northern Sharks. Just about to get underway as we wait for the teams to head out. Again, welcome. It's a massive day of footy here for us on the Narrow Pathways. It's 3 games back to back to back, as we just might have a look at the results from the Tru-Flow Premiership last week. And we see there down the bottom, so 2 big wins to the Darwin brothers over the Dragons, 60-0. They keep going from strength to strength. The brothers, they are unstoppable at sitting atop of the ladder. The game of the match was probably the Raiders taking on the Bears, 16-8, and then down the bottom the Sharks. Well, they had a massive win over the Darwin. South Darwin Rabbitohs still looking for their first win in 2025. So we've got the tale of two flips of the coin. Nightcliff, of course, getting belted by the brothers, and the Sharks belting the Rabbitohs. So that's the fixture for today. So as we see, that's the one we're doing right now. Down the bottom, 5th v 2nd. So if Nightcliff are going to play any part in the Premiership race this season, as we go to live pictures now, they're going to have to put in a good performance here. Otherwise, they could kiss goodbye their chances. They've got to continue to keep in touch with the top of the table. An opportunity to play finals. Are only a few minutes away. Again, what is a pretty big Super Saturday of footy. So after this one, we're heading down west, where the South Perth Lions, and if you were to go and play Premiership, will be taking on the Joondalup Giants, and then back up at the top end to wrap up Super Saturday in the DABSCO Premiership on Field 1, where it is again the Sharks and the Dragons battling it out later on tonight. Looking forward to that one as well. I'll be joined by Donnie Bell a bit later. But right now, you just got me in this Tru-Flow Services Premiership match. And hopefully, it's a good contest. The Dragons have to lift here, as I mentioned, if they want to keep in touch and keep any chance of finals alive in 2025. It will be the Dragons kicking off and the Sharks with first use of the ball. There's the siren, and we're underway in game 1 of Super Saturday. It's a short kick off. The Sharks will collect that. Came off her knees. No, she got a hand on that. And that's not a good start from the Sharks' perspective. I think they're ruling a knock on. I'm not sure what they're ruling, to be honest. Confusion reigns. It will be a scrum down. So a real lackadaisy attempt at gathering that off the kickoff, and good opportunity for the Dragons inside Sharks territory for their first use of the ball. Only 30 seconds in. Ball's in. Going to spread it to that far edge there. You see South Darwin Club Rooms in the background. That was a weird one. Lost it behind herself. It might have been a pass. Can the Dragons score first? They can do. What a great start. What a fantastic start. The referee likes it. And that was the best possible opening for the Dragons. Not even one tackle. The Sharks, they make a meal of it off the kickoff. And a scrum down inside their territory. They just needed one pass. And they've scored first. So we're just waiting for a tee, I think. Still waiting for a tee. I don't have any ball kids on field 2 at the moment. So it looks like she's going to go for a drop kick, is she? She has to if there's no tee. This will be impressive if she gets close. It will be a drop kick. So it's something you'll... Good effort in the end. Just a little bit to the right. So the score remained 4-0 in the opening 2 minutes of the Tru-Flow Premiership. Right, let's hope the Dragons have a better start with ball in hand with this kick-off than the Sharks did. Got a complete after points, as my good friend James Sullivan would always say. Do like the Sharks jersey, it always shimmers in the light. Beautiful day in the top end, as it always is this time of year. Plenty going on in rugby league in Darwin today. Juniors galore even across like 4 or 5 grounds today. Massive effort put in by the team, NRL team. Huge day for them. Don't envy them at all. So this one goes long. We bounce, collected. It's going to go out. Just in 2 minds there, let it bounce. Let's get a pat on the back. Probably some not great comms there. Ella Cole just giving her teammate a pat on the back. But it will be another scrum down this time inside the Dragons area. We're just waiting for the ball. Here it comes. So a bit of deja vu down the other end now. Sharks got it. They like that far edge. Goes inside out. Or outside in, I should say. First tackle. Within the 10 now. Again, they like that far edge. Spins it wide. Telegraphed that really well. That's been knocked on. Real good read defensively from the Dragons. They sent that, wasn't a great pass, sent that pretty high. Difficult one to take, but really well read. Good spread of defence there. And just made contact as she grabbed the ball and it came loose. And we'll have our third scrum inside 4 minutes. Dragons want to get outside their own area. Haven't had much ball, haven't had a completed set yet on the first tackle. So last time saw the Sharks play, they absolutely did a number against the Bears, probably the try of the year to Jamie Park. On the second, referee is bringing that one back. Slow play the ball, just indifferent now against the defending line coming out of the forwards. Yen, slow to her feet. I'll spin this to the middle of the park. Had to take that behind her, goes inside now. Wants to take some contact. Up to the 30. Spinning that again to that far edge. Second receiver brought down. She did have her arm free. That was not necessary. What's the referee going to say? He's going to say another scrum down. I'm not sure how we can. Okay. Well, it is a turnover. Hold the ball is the call from the sidelines. Always good advice. Here's the tap. They're inside the 20, I think. They like that far edge, just dragged down by the neck, just short. Or a fair way short, I should say. Thought about spinning it to her left. Now she's got to duck off to right. Had the arms free. They've got numbers on that far edge. Can she get in there? She's held up. Can she stay in? No, she can't. Good defence from the Dragons. And it will be a changeover. Been in this area for a fair bit now. Dragons want to get outside their own space. Brought down. Here's a good chain of passes here. Here's a good run. Up to the 40. Slow play the ball. Has to take that from behind herself. They can dish off. Both teams like that far edge that she has the arm through. Not held. Referee says play on. Gets an extra 2 or 3 yards. And we've lost the play, and the Sharks now want to go on the attack immediately. Off a standing start. Picked up well by the marker. They're treading water at the moment. Second tackle. Spins it wide. It's the first time we've come over this area. She thought about offloading. She did in the end. Confused the camera operator. She's got some toe here. Ducks inside. Brought down from behind by Cole. Oh, she's lost the handle on that. It was a bit too much. And the Dragons will clean it up. So, Sky Cash. He's been in a few things at the moment for the Sharkies. Again, the Dragons want to use that far edge, driven back. Almost lost the handle on that. Slow to her feet. Dragons don't have a lot of urgency. That pass asked a few questions. Stripped. What will the referee say? The referee says 6 again. Pick a go straight from dummy half. Again, that far edge, they're liking that. Can she stay in? She can. In the middle of the park now. There was a bit asking of that one. Don't think it was meant for her, and it was a tough one. It was down below her knees. We haven't had a lot of clean footy at the moment. So that early score from the Dragons looks like it was an important one. It's just on field 1 at the moment. We see the teams lining up for the Welcome to Country. Part of NAIDOC week. Great Indigenous jersey there as well. That's fantastic work. Back to live action on field 2. Dishing inside. She wants to go for a run. Humes with a good carry. Again, inside. Thought about offloading to Sky Cash. She's got it now. Spins on a dime. Brought down in the end. Straight from dummy half. Watson Compton did it all the work herself. And she's going to even it up with a kick to come. Might just take this opportunity to get some more vision from field 1 for the Welcome to Country. Field 2, that conversion's been missed. She's hit the post. It's ricocheted off to the left, so the score will remain 4-all on Field 2. Back to action on Field 2. Scores remain 4-all. It's been locked in this back half, or this left-hand side in the Dragons area, for probably the last 12 minutes or so. If you've just joined us, it was the Dragons who scored first inside the first minute after a knock-on from the kick-off. Got them a scrum inside the Sharks area, and all they needed was one possession. Another grubby kick-off. It will be cleaned up at the back. Dished off to her right. She wants to go for a run now. So the Dragons are going to need to work on the kick-offs, I think. Wants to go for a run through 2, through 3 on the second. Off that far edge. They like that far edge. Both teams do. Still going. Assumes eventually she's brought down. She's been a handful. Dummy half, spins it off to her left. Crunching hit. Again, they're going this inside. Spins it wide to Sky Cash. Is she going to score? Yes, she is. She's a handful down that far edge. That's close edge here. She had a hand in the first one, and they've gone 8 points inside 3 minutes. They've got some good run and carry this side, this Sharky side. And Sky Cash in the centres. It's causing them, the Dragons, causing them all sorts of problems. And it's a very big welcome to our rugby league family in the top end, to a new supporter. Territory Butchers. So Neil and team, welcome to the rugby league family. Thank you for your support. Please support those that support our great game. So game day partner, Territory Butchers. I'll tell you what, you want a good slice of meat, I wouldn't mind one right now. Make sure you, as we said, the kick-off here, not a bad effort, and she's got it. That was a lot harder than her first one, but she slotted that well, and their advantage skips out to 6. So make sure you support the Territory Butchers who support rugby league in the top end. Great to have you on board supporting this great game. So at half-time on the main field, I have to get some more information about this. It's the kick from 50. I don't know, apparently it's the kick from 50. You manage to kick, I'm assuming, a goal from 50, you get $100. If you kick 40, it goes down from there. I'll be interested to see how that goes. Some highlights of that one. So Dragons haven't had the ball for a while. This is a good kick return. She ducks through that one, pushes through the second, third, fourth, fifth. Still going. Eventually she's brought down. The referee says penalty. That's Hio. Sky Cash with the ball. Kicks it off. Running run, that's Ralph, Lillian Ralph, I think, in the 20. She's named on the bench. Going inside now. McIntyre. She's not going anywhere. In fact, she's driven backwards. Seems to be a differential in the urgency between these two sides. The Sharkies want to run and carry and go as quick as they can. Speaking of run and carry, off to that far edge, just tucks in between a carrier. Is that Jamie Park? Of course it's Jamie Park, because you can't miss her when she gets the ball in her hand. Because she likes to do a bit of that. She's not actually listed on the team sheet, but it doesn't matter because you're never going to miss her because she's going to score tries. So she's in the 5. I think she's listed as the 17. She's been listed on the bench, which isn't the case. She always starts, I think. I say that without any authority. So Celia Missob, good conversion last one. Her first one was a bit forgettable. This one should be easy. Well, it's easy as her first one, we should say. She managed to hit the post in that one. She'll slot this one, takes no time. That's the best way to do it. Don't think about it. Stick it through the post, save the black dot. And all of a sudden, we've gone into the 20th minute mark and the Sharkies are up by 12. Thanks to a good blistering run down that far edge from Jamie Park. Continuing to add to her highlights reel in 25. No urgency from the Dragons. Again, I've noticed they don't seem to be in much of a hurry, and the Sharkies don't want to go quick. They want to carry everything. They want to hit everything. Here we go. Dragons haven't had the ball for a while. That one isn't a great bounce. No chase, although there's one chaser from the Dragons. Good tackle in the end, brought down from the back. She wanted to go inside here. 2 sets of hands. Thought about going again. She's going to take the contact. Dishes off, head down, free. That's Mio, is it again? She's lost the handle on that. What's the referee going to call? I think she did lose it. So I think it was the double knock on. Oh, he's going to say changeover. Okay. So the Dragons, for the first time for a while, will now have their mitts on the pill. Slow play the ball. Again, not much urgency off the line. Can't get through there. That's Bruce Ramahan, I believe. Luana. Again, off to that far edge. Both teams thought about going again. That pass went behind her. They will clean it up, but I think the referee is saying that was knocked on. And it will be scrummed down with a Sharkies feed into the last 8 minutes of this half. If you've just joined us, it was the Dragons that scored first off the kick-off. The Sharks made a meal of it, and they got a scrum down inside the Sharkies area, and all they needed was one pass to score the opening try inside the first 60 seconds. But it's been all Sharks up to this point. The ball has not been inside the Sharks territory for quite some time, and again the Sharks have the ball on hand. I don't think the Dragons have completed a set. Holds that up, dishes off with a great dish. She wants to go, she's going to go all the way. Not going to stop her. Watson Compton is going to add the pain, go half the length to bring up the 20. So again, there's a clear difference between the two sides at the moment. Sharkies want to run and carry and go as quick as they can. There's not a lot of urgency from the Dragons at the moment. Seven odd minutes left in this one. Slots that easily, and they skip away now. 18-point lead. .22 plays 4. It's been all Sharks aside from the first minute or so. So again, no urgency from the Dragons. They've kind of been like this from the kickoff. And the kickoffs have left a little bit to be desired. That one, they're going to go out wide. Not a huge amount of length on that. Take it easily. Should run up straight into contact. Doing their best to slow this down. Inside now, thought about going to her right. On the second. Inside again. Inside, outside. Drag down. This is probably a better defensive set from the Dragons. Haven't seen many completed sets so far. Off a standing start. Again, they like that far edge. And she's got some toe down there. It's Phillips. Inside. Shows the ball. Thinks about the kick. Now she goes now. Look for Sky Cash here. That's a horrible bounce. She kicks collected. Will go dead. So we'll come out to the 20. I liked it though. When you're up by 18 points, have a crack. Inside the last 4 of the first half. She's got to go straight at the line. Can't get through that one. No one at dummy half. Eventually they figure it out. Both teams sort of went to sleep there. Miss up with that tackle. Brought it down hard. That's ball's come out. And what's the referee going to say? Hands in the air, and it's going to go to the Sharks. So she's lost it on the ground. So we haven't seen a completed set from the Dragons yet. So they scored first, and then it's been somewhat forgettable up to that point. Up to this point, I should say. Don't have a 2 on my score sheet. And don't have a name for the 23 either. But we'll carry on. So we've had a few of these in this first half. Referee wants that to come back and start again. Watson Compton has already got one. She wanted to go again. Here she goes. Just holds it up, dishes off into the middle. Got Sky Cash to her left. Here's this good run here. She's been a handful. Ducks inside. Brought down by a great tackle. Missob, who's been instrumental. Straight from dummy half against Sky Cash. Can she go? She can. That's her second. Referee a point to the spot. It's a bit of a battle at the moment. Who can score the most if you're a Sharky? And Sky Cash, Missob, Watson, Compton. Especially in this close edge. They were spreading the ball out to the far edge, but now they're owning the left side. They're a handful. Down the wing. In no hurry here. We've finally got a tee. We didn't have it for the first one. So missed the first one, which was probably the easiest kick, hit the post, but managed to slot the last 4. Slight breeze just blowing across the ground towards the camera. Probably the toughest kick of the afternoon. Launches it just too far to the left. We'll come back for the kick-off. Dragons in no hurry. Maybe they should look at changing their kicker. The kick-offs have not been the greatest. Don't seem to have a lot of distance on them. Apart from the first one, they've been easily dealt with by the Sharks. Again, the game day sponsor, Territory Butchers. Wouldn't mind a big, nice, juicy steak myself. Make sure you support those that support the game. Neil and team, welcome to the Rugby League family in the top end. Thanks for your support. I believe you're going to have a go at the kick for cash at halftime. See if we can get that on camera. Here we go, last 30 seconds of this one, of the first half. That's a better one, sort of. Collected well. Slow to her feet. Dragons need to slow this play down. Get through the first, can't get through the second. Drag down. She's been in everything for the Dragons up to this point. The number 9, I don't think I do, Ella Cole. She's been good. She's doing a lot of hard work. They're going to kick this early. It's going to stay in. Where's the chase? Well, it's only Dragons. It's only Sharkies chasing it. Couldn't get. Tried to get the boot to it. Arms in the air. The referee's going to say. What is the referee going to say? He's going to say, well, the call was for obstruction. He's taking his time here. I think, is he going to have a chat to his... to his assistant? I'm not entirely sure. So, a bit of confusion as to what's going on here. Yeah, it's blown time off. The siren has gone for half time. So at best it's a penalty. I think it was a call for a push. So it will be a penalty. So the Sharks will get one opportunity. They're going to go for it. Well, they're going to spread it. They are. They need to go play a bit of schoolyard footy. Oh, they're not going to score off one, are they? Insides, outsides. Couldn't do anything about that one. Minhio adds the pain inside red time. I guess who got that dish to set her up? Or who delivered that dish? It was Sky Cash again. So more pain. On field 1, just seeing the brothers go in. Have to get a score update for that. But on field 1, Tru-Flow Services Premiership. Going to see another kick to convert this, but at halftime it'll be at least 30 points to 4. Final act of the first, gets the distance, not the accuracy, and the score remained 30 points to 4 in the first half of the Tru-Flow Premiership. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to the second half action where we hope the Dragons can find something in the second. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to TRL Stadium in the top end. It's Super Saturday. Best of top end and West Coast Rugby League. And if you've just joined us, it is the Northern Sharks, as you see there on the scoreboard, leading the Dragons. The Dragons actually scored first in this game, inside the first 2 minutes. And then it's been all Sharkies up to that point. We had not had a completed set from the Dragons. Now they're going to get first use of the ball in this second half. It's underway for the second half. Had to collect that right on the paint. The run and carry from the Sharks have been impressive in the first half. Here's a good drive. It's going to take them 3 or 4 to get her down on the second. Just shot from the middle of the park. Not a huge amount of agency from the Dragons. Throw down under her back inside the dead centre of the field. Slow to her feet. Slow play the ball. Off a standing start. Almost lost the handle on it. Can't get up to the halfway mark yet on the third. Still got the tee sitting on the grass there. Now they're going to use that far edge. Here's the kick. They went a bit early on that. We collected at the back by Jamie Park. Now watch what she can do. Don't be surprised if she tries to go half the length of the field. All the full length. Here she goes. She's great to watch. She's not going to do it, is she? I called her out. She's going to make me look good. I don't have to. I don't have to do anything when Jamie Park has the ball in her hand because she does the work for me. As soon as she got it, you knew she was going to do that. And Jamie Park again just racks them up. That's her second of the day. Collected it in her own in-goal area and went, you know, let's just go 100. Why not? Let's score another. They really do need to bring out the fire extinguishers for the Sharkies game, because her feet are just on fire. Super fast. Jamie Park lining them up again. It's like deja vu all over again. So inside the first 2 minutes, Jamie Park scores the first for the Sharkies. Adds some more pain. Just seeing it on the monitor here in the studio. See how she's collected that pretty much in her own in-goal area. And just parted the seas almost. Easiest one of the day, slots it as expected, and 32 points the lead to the Dragons. There's a siren on field 1 blows for half time there. We'll try and get you an update on that one. Here it is again. Now, all of our teammates just go, yep, go for it, Jamie. She's got a, I think, was that Compton? She's put her finger in the air and says, go, Jamie, just go. Just go. We'll watch in awe. No one's going to catch her. Referee had to work for it. So now the question is, how much more pain is the Sharkies going to inflict on this Dragon side? In the race for ladder positions heading into the back half of the year. That's interesting kick-off. Going to dish off to her left. Thought about going again. Everything they want to do with urgency. On the second. Inside now. Just a settler here. Straight in the line. No, she breaks through. Taken down by the legs. Got halfway through. Off that far edge again, they like that. Thought about dishing to her left. She's going to go and add some more pain. There's one answer to the question. as they get to the 40-point mark. There's that Jamie Park try again. So look, she's probably on the 5 as we come back. Beautiful day in the top end. Slots it as she should. 42-4. 38 points on the board. Might see if we can get a score check from field 1. As we see that replay of the try. 26 zip. The Brothers over the Raiders at the moment. It's half time in that game. I do want to see this kick for Cash though. I don't mind seeing some of the NRL staff having a go at that. So new friend Neil from Territory Butchers, I think, from what I understand here, if my information is correct, is going to have a crack at the kick for Cash at halftime of the main game, which I assume is our DABSCO game of the week. It was a good run. It's Minhio. She's been good. There's so many girls with some fast wheels in this Shark side. She comes from too deep, dishes off to her right. That's Miss Ob. She's been good. Miss Ob's already got one. Does she want to add another as well? She'll do well to stay in. Good coverage in the end. She did get the ball out. So it's going to be a Dragons ball, is it? So very good afternoon to Donnie Bell.
How you going, mate?
Going well. Slightly better than the Dragons are at the moment.
We've been watching a bit of this game, listening to your call. Enjoying it. Thoroughly entertaining.
Well, that right edge. Still waiting for the Dragons to complete a set. Is this it? No, it's not.
Just watching, I feel like the Dragons are trying hard, but the Sharks, they've just got too many individual talents out there that can just tear them apart at a moment's notice. So there's a lot of skill in this Northern Sharks team. Whether they can put it together for long enough to compete with Brothers, I think it's going to be the key element. They certainly, it does look like a team into a competition with only 2 teams.
At the moment it does, yeah. But yeah, you can throw a blanket over 5 or 6, 7 girls. I mean, just on screen there at the moment, any number. And they've got some really good depth too, the Sharks team. And every single one of them, I think we spoke about this before as well, Donnie, like you've got those playmakers in there, their ability to bring everyone else with them. And they've got a few, as we see, break through that first, second, third, fourth. Held up really well, pushed back over the line. Did well to prevent them there. Dish that off, just picked the pocket. Can she go all the way? She came in from last week. She's going to be chased down. She's got a smile on her face though. She enjoyed that, and as she should. Like a thief in the night. Come get some of that action.
I don't think she ever thought she was going
No, she did. She had a smile on her face, but they're past halfway now, and can they now complete a set? Let's hope they can. Look at that. She loved it. Look at that. It's she ought to be showing that at the highlights reel. Good stuff. Hopefully some inspiration for the Dragons. Gets caught up with their own players there. In the end, the defensive line comes and shuts it down. They've gone back a bit here. What's the referee got to say?
There's a player down in back play, I think.
There is two. Got a slow, a lull in the play here. This referee just checks on the injured player.
Looks like we're about ready to get back underway.
Taking the Dragons complete straight from dummy half. Caught well. They've only got one in the bag now. Kicking hasn't been great. She's gone off. That's probably not the way she wants to go. They like that far edge. No, they've got two in the bag. Unless it was a reset there. Inside now. Here comes a kick. Knocked backwards by the Sharks. That was a meal. What's the referee got to say? When I say a meal, I mean a dog's meal, or breakfast, or whatever expletive you want to call it. I don't know what the reason.
It's going to be an interesting call. I think it was first knocked back by the Sharks, and
it says double knock on. Yep. Okay.
I think it will be a Dragons ball. Yep. So that is the way that I saw it. So it was knocked backwards by the Sharks, and then Missob got to it first and knocked on. The Dragons also knocked on. So I think the refs got that one right.
So had a couple of these today. Got for that far edge again. Lackadaisy on the pass. She wants to carry. She's lifted up. Almost went for a ride. Again, that far edge, they're liking that. She wants to duck inside. I don't have a name for the 23. I've got a sparse player list for the Dragons today. Just tries to spin out of that one. So we've had a completed set, the last carry from the Dragons. Can they rack them up? Can they go two in a row? They seem to have a bit more pep in their step now. Inside. Tries to rake her way over. Referee says held up. She's just as close as they've come. Side for the first few minutes of the game. Bring that back.
Interesting there, the Sharks player trying to help her out to explain what the rule was, that she had to go back 10 and it was still her ball. She was trying to give it away.
There's the kick. It'll be collected by Parks. She's not going to go full length again, is she? Don't. No.
Don't bet against her.
No, I was going to say. I was about to say don't. Don't do that. She's wrapped up in the end. Once they go across the park, driven backwards again. I get the Sharks, the Dragons in the last few minutes seem to have found a little bit. They've lifted the game a bit. Slow play the ball. Off a start, goes back to the mark. They've gained about half a foot there. Dishes off. Had to take that blow her knees, but she does well. Holds that up just in time. This is Misso, is it? Dishes off into the middle. That's the field one siren you can hear there. So second half of the Brothers Raiders game getting underway. Collected at the back there. Did well. Thrown down. She might have actually taken it.
I think the head's hit the ground first there. That was a ferocious tackle. Just saw towards the back end of that set. I think it was the fourth tackle. The class of Missob, where she caught the ball in two hands, skipped to the outside, just creates that little bit of space.
They've just got so many of those players, don't they, in their side. There's nothing wrong with this tackle. I think she's She's had to grab her from behind, drag her down. Yeah, okay, so, or maybe, yeah, heads has made contact. I think it's probably lucky that her shoulder made contact first. Otherwise, if her head had made flush contact, she'd probably be a little more rattled. That's the second.
Nothing wrong with the tackle. No. Rough physical sport though, and
she was trying to get away, so yeah, she was tackled from behind and then dashing to her left. We're going to come back for that one, are we?
Yeah, I think she has to pick the ball up first before she plays the ball.
Still waiting.
Not sure what we're waiting for now.
So not long till we scoot down, I should say, to South Perth for the Fuel to Go Play Premiership game of the week between the Lions and the Giants. They've put on a really good NAIDOC display to start that one. Show some of that vision at half time.
I was going to say, I've just been watching some of that on some of the other screens here.
Quite good.
It's
really impressive.
Because they've had the teams all lined out, but it did go a little while, so after that's finished, the teams are now having to warm up again.
I've got to say though, look, you'll see it at half time, folks, but they've done a real good work there, the South Perth Lions, in putting that together. So
I know it's something that the South Perth Lions, the club, have put a lot of emphasis on. You can see the effort that's gone into putting together this pre-game ceremony.
Wearing number 10. In the 11, Hamish Deshawn. In 12, Sam Jabbercrow.
Back here, the Dragons trailing 42-4. A little bit of an opportunity to attack here.
Came close last set.
See if they can get across the stripe again. Good run out of dummy half. One of the few players that they seem to have that's got a bit of speed.
That's Bell.
Just before we kick off, we'll remind all of our supporters and fans that you must be behind the fence. All supporters behind the fence.
Diving over from dummy half, they get there. Well, it was just a pick and go set there, Dave.
This is a family club.
They just kept going from dummy half, and the Sharks allow them through.
Well, that's good, because it's the first time I've really seen them with some urgency. So, if you're picking up from dummy half, and there is a need, you've got to go with urgency and with a bit of speed. So, first time they've shown that since the first 2 minutes of the game, and there you go. They've been suggesting there's a differential in the speed between the two sides. As we actually might, after the kick, we might head down to WA because the Fuel to Go Premiership is about to kick off. I think, with due respect to the Dragons, I think this one's only going to go one way. South Perth. You can just hear on the commentary there. And they've slotted that. Well done. So we'll leave this game on field 2 at TRL Stadium with the Dragons 10 trailing the Sharks 42.
We'll certainly keep you updated on the score in that game. But we cross over now to Western Australia. South Perth Lions against the Joondalup Giants, and I tell you, Dave, it does feel a little bit like this weekend we've got a lot of elimination finals. We talked about it in the Westpac Women's Premiership last night. Fairly similar scenario for the counterparts of the Joondalup Giants in this one.
Well, they've got to win.
They have to win if they're any chance, and it's a little different, I think, for the Giants in this one. I think they have to win, and then they have to keep winning and need a few results to go their way.
Yeah.
So
look, I think they've been building though. I don't know about you, but I think they've been a lot better the last few weeks than they have previously.
But also, on the other side of the ledger, the South Perth Lions, after back-to-back losses,
they'll be chomping at the bit No doubt about that.
At home, they'll be looking to teach the Giants a lesson, I think. There's Marshall.
You can imagine there's a bit of frustration in the Lions ranks at the moment.
The Giants almost made a break on the offload there from Marshall. They get to their kick just outside their 40. A good defensive set from the Lions as that sits up for Cummings.
Get some of that.
Who wears the first contact.
Bit of muck on the rock.
And an early penalty. South Perth will have to get some players back on side before they can kick for the sideline.
So that noise you hear, folks, that is the reserves team celebrating their win, the Lions. I'm assuming it's the Lions.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. They won comfortably over the Giants.
If you've ever been to George Burnett Park, you've got to walk through the change rooms to get to the camera position. I know that we've heard some choice...
some half-time feedback.
Yes. From inside those rooms.
Well, South Perth on the back of that penalty, moving down into pretty good field position. Evans
has lost the handle on that.
Come up with an error. So just falling over as he played the ball. It's Logan Barclay there in jersey 20.
Yep. Lost his feet.
The Giants going to get the ball to come away from their own end as Bullard held up in that run. Evans and Javapro in the tackle, and Evans spent too long. We saw this referee a couple of weeks ago, and he was...
I was just about to say that, Don. He set the tone, didn't he? It took one particular side a while to realise that. Let's hope they all realise this now. Well, so he set the tone, he set the stage, now you just have to play to it.
He does love a fast ruck, and he will not allow you to lie in there at all. Make the tackle, stand up immediately. That would be the instructions. Now the Giants go across to Williams. Look to go back in field. Now Lincoln Williams in the 1. Tiger Williams in the 4. And on tackle 5. The pass goes across to Marshall. Marshall rolls it in behind. He's trying to find the sideline on the other field with that kick.
Bit too much pepper on that one. Oh, Gus.
The idea was right, and it seemed to open up. There seemed to be a bit of space there, but the execution just lacking.
Over his head.
It's Arthur playing the ball. It's Judge. Good to see him back out there. He's had his injury troubles. Day. Now Lungy. Lungy goes to the line, goes to DeBeek. DeBeek fires it across. Now it's with Arthur. Arthur flicking the ball inside. That's off a Giant's hand, but backwards. Cleaned up by Marshall. It's the first real shift we've seen from South Perth. It does ultimately lead to a turnover. The Giants trying to work it out of their own end. Sheehan. They've got a dummy half. They go across to Williams. Williams goes back infield, fends away from Barclay. Runs into the hands of Roshan.
Thought about it.
Oh!
Well, that was just lined up. He's just spent an afternoon thinking about where he's going to dish that and allowed that chase.
I'm not sure Taurine Sheehan's thrown too many hospital passes in his career, but that one's up there. It's that one. It's around, and here come the Giants trying to get back to it, and I can't. The Joondalup Giants get to it first and score. Melly Arthur makes a meal of it, and the Giants clean it up.
Well, after that big hit too, thrown a hospital pass, had his beans mixed up, and then something from nothing. Have a look at this. So it wasn't any particularly good kick, but it's just, as you called it well, Don, he's just made a meal of this. Completely missed it. Completely missed it. And all of his teammates have actually come up past the fall of the ball. So no one was going to help him if he didn't take that. And the Giants have scored first.
Well, again, we saw it last night with some kicks. Occasionally they can take wicked bounces, and
well, in that regard, he didn't. I think he must have lost it. There's no sun in this guy. He's just completely he had his arms up, and it's just.
But I mean, after he's missed it, he could have bounced in any direction.
Yeah.
And it's bounced in favour of Leon White, who led the race. Arthur was desperately trying to get back there. I think that kick's going to go across the face and fall short. So it'll be 4 points to 0.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Nate Oakley.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know. Did he even touch it? Like,
No,
that's a horrible attempt.
I don't think he touched it at all. What was he concerned about?
There doesn't appear
Was
to
the
be
contact?
significant breeze that would be blowing it around. He didn't seem to strike the belly of the ball. There doesn't seem to be too many excuses for Melly Arthur on that occasion.
Again, struggling to grab that one. Clean it up, though.
Yeah,
South Perth have got the ball from the kickoff.
it sounds that way.
Now with Hicko. He'll play it back to Evans. Now with Roshan. Oh, he's flung down. The ball comes free. Well, it was a big tackle from Taurine Sheehan. And Hamish Roshan just didn't have a handle on it.
They look a bit
Loses the ball.
shabby. They're looking a bit shabby, South Perth. I thought they'd be coming out, fired up after two forgettable performances the last 2 weeks, but they're looking like they've got a few spiderwebs.
There's a couple of demons upstairs at the moment for the Lions as they try and perhaps use some physicality to work themselves into this game, get themselves in to the right mindset. And keep the Giants down this end of the field. There's a bit of a tangle there between Wynn and Bullard. Now Sheehan is pulling the strings, finds some space, and now out to Depeek. The pass goes back infield. It's cleaned up eventually by Lincoln Williams, but there's a knock on. And the hamstring's gone as well.
I don't know if that was necessary.
So this is the update thing I'm talking about.
Flung it.
Well, Slade Long, he's signalling to the bench that the hammy's gone in that run.
It was a big run. Possibly why he slowed down. He's probably felt it ping. Let's see if we can pick it up here. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Goes.
There it is. That's why he's flung it.
There it goes.
My apologies. That makes complete sense. I felt my hammy ping before. I've never had a tear, but I tell you what, when it does ping, you want to get rid of the ball. Get rid of the ball. You don't want any contact. You want to hit the grass. That's where we've seen them make a meal of that one as well.
They give away the penalty. It was an attempt at a one-on-one strip, and I don't know that he didn't get away with it, but, well, he didn't get away with it. The referees obviously thought there were two in the tackle. It gives the Lions a golden opportunity to perhaps lock this one up. So Day will play this back. Comes to Hicko. Out to Lungy. Lungy finds Roshan. Now Evans. To Day. Lungy. They're looking to use the ball. Goes out to Judge. Judge, he's got two unmarked outside. Well, I don't think he's bombed it. It'll go to Tumoana to dive in the corner. Well, Billy Judge, all he had to do was draw and pass, and it was an easy try. They made it harder work than it had to be, but they get the 4 points.
That's good to see Billy Judge get involved in that one. Like you said, he's had his injury concerns. It's not a South Perth side without Billy Judge in it. Yeah, we had players falling over in the back end there for the Giants. That was a bit comical, if I'm honest. And it's locked up.
Around the grounds, we got our first score in one of the other games. The Rockingham Sharks, surprisingly, first scorers against the Fremantle Roosters, leading 4 points to 0 in that one.
And where's that? Is that at Shark Park or is that at Treeby?
I think it's at Treeby, that one.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Scoring away from home.
Plenty of time left, obviously, but we saw the Sharks score plenty of points last week. 28 they scored against the Willagee Bears.
They scored the last two, didn't they? So they wrapped up the game well. They finished strong. Look at us, and they're starting strong now. So
sideline attempt raises the flag. Over it goes, and the Lions, they take the lead here 12 minutes in, 6 points to 4. The Madoc Week scoreboard. We have another look at the try to Jordan Tumoana. Diving full length into the corner. He goes over untouched.
Up in the top end, Tru-Flow Services Premiership. The game is now wrapped up. It's the Sharks did the deal, 48-10 to the Dragons. So not much change in the score since we headed up here, as we see a high tackle. And I believe it's also, that can't be right because I'm looking at the game. That says full time. That's wrong. That game's still going on. But the Darwin brothers are leading the Palmerston Raiders 28-6. No, that was last night.
There in the second half. No, that was last night.
It was last night. Looking at the wrong one. 32-0, sorry. About 10 minutes ago in that one, the top end. But here, if you want to go and play a Premiership, and we have not seen many sacks being completed, Don.
Well, they got the penalty to get themselves into a decent field position. Viliami Taufa, I think one of his first touches, comes up with a mistake.
Did you see it for a second?
The Giants will get the scrum feed, try and regain the lead. This goes tipped on from Williams. Sheehan finds the hard runner. They're again trying to come up with a one-on-one strip there, the Lions, but they hold on to it. It's Bullard. He gets the offload. It's Cody Wynn. Get a bit of stop-start from the Giants. Across to this right-hand side. Goes out to the try scorer, White. White tangles with Daniels. And Daniels wins. Marshall puts a little kick over the top, and Lungy, well positioned. Didn't quite have enough depth on that one, Marshall. It's normally pinpoint accurate kicking game. Hasn't quite been up to its usual standards today, Gus Marshall, as we see a good carry from Logan Barclay.
That's a penalty. Come on.
Judge gets out of dummy half. Takes a few metres. DeBeek goes across to Daniels, straightens, almost goes through. Marshall just holds on. Because they're all at sea on that side after the hamstring injury to Slade Long. You imagine the Lions will continue to attack down in that general area. It goes to DeBeek. DeBeek's going to put the kick in behind White. White's tracking it back.
Well.
He finds the grass quickly. Gets up, goes again.
Did really well to stay in there.
He did well to stay in. Cleaned up the ball and wore the tackle from Harry DeBeek. Lots of pressure on the back three as always. South Perth, well, they're starting to get into their rhythm. I think you used the word shabby earlier. They're starting to find somewhat of a groove. It's not smooth just yet.
Well, they're putting more pressure on the ball carrier, that's for sure. But Afters there.
I feel like they're going through their gears.
Oh,
There's a little juggle from Tumoana. Step past the first chaser. Judge late to get to dummy half. Beats the marker and goes through. Judge still going. Dragged down from behind by Dunn. And then flopping in late was Cody Wynn. There's the
he
penalty.
wants to go. No. He almost like I thought he might have asked the question because the referee's just nodded there. I thought he gave him the all clear to play on. Apparently not.
Well, they come back, take two. They'll reset in the more conventional fashion. Underneath now was Roshan. Plays it back to Evans. Here go. Evans wraps around, goes to Lungy. Now to Beak. Short ball to Javapro, who juggles it but holds on. Now with Talfa. Straight and hard, sets a platform, draws in some runners. Evans, they come back to this left-hand side. And stepping
too
to
easy.
Daniels. Well, Corbin Daniels just catch and step in the one motion. And he just leaves some spectators in his wake.
Just too easy. Just got the can opener up and said, I'm going to split you. Look at that. Oh, who was that? Is that Gus Marshall on that edge there? You wouldn't want to see that again.
We'll take the break in play to thank our game day sponsor, Bustle, Shannon Coleman and Michael Holden. Thank you boys very much for your ongoing support over many years.
Well, you were talking about them finding their groove. They're in the groove now, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They're getting into some more South Perth type football. Have a look at the because NAIDOC week. South Perth with some special jerseys for the occasion. Indigenous round, important right around the country. Harry DeBeek, well, he's had two kicks from a similar spot. This one a little bit further infield. He knocked over the first, but he waved away on his second. So 10 points to 4. NAIDOC week scoreboard. 19 minutes gone. Some of the results from last night in the Westpac Women's Premiership, the Fremantle Roosters all but ended the Joondalup Giants season, you would think, with a 12-0 win. Had to work hard for it. They got the job done, and the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs 72 points to 0 over the Kalamunda Bulldogs. As that kickoff is allowed to bounce, they've misjudged it. Maybe there's more, like you look at the trees in the background, maybe there's more breeze than we think. I don't know. But every time the ball goes in the air, it seems to get lost in that part of the field.
It's a pretty, as we've got a bit of a connection issue there, it's a pretty good day. Oh, we're just going to scoot up at the top end just for a bit. See if we can punch some noise in there. We're back again. It's a great thing about studio switching. We can just skip from one to the other.
I'm not sure what happened there, but South Perth had to go the line dropout, and they must have got the ball back from a short dropout. And now they get a penalty.
I've got nothing to complain about that. Again, the referee set the tone early, and he was like a cheap suit.
Well, I will say that with this referee liking a fast ruck, I think that suits the... now Taufa. He draws in a couple of big men to pull him down. Hicko, he takes the dummy, goes to Lungy. Lungy goes to dummy as well. Go out wide now to Barclay. Barclay in and away on Williams. Williams does well to stay with the bigger man. Lungy from dummy half. Goes to Evans through the middle of the field. Now with Day. Now Lungy goes to the line. Flat ball, Williams knocks it down. That'll be 6 more, picked up by Roshan. Now coming back in behind the ruck goes Russell. Down onto the field for his first minutes. Lungy to DeBeek. They looked at numbers. Daniels lines up to Moana. He steps in field. He gets his second. That left-hand edge is absolutely on fire so far. You called it in the run there, Dave.
Yeah, numbers. And I think there's a lack of faith, perhaps, in their teammates there on that far edge for Joondalup. Just not wanting to spread too many looking at the same plays. You need to have that awareness. And again, they had 2, 3 on that line. They could have raffled it in the end. Just had to, and that overlap was just there. Stepped in. It was always going to be tough to stop. And even if you did, seeing it again on the monitor and replay, even if you did, look, that's defensive. I thought I wouldn't want to see that again. The 6s and 7s on that far edge at the moment, the Giants, and the Lions are just opening them up, parting the seas. All the analogies you can create. The can opener.
From the sideline, DeBeek. Off the post and away. Well, he's striking them pretty well.
Gives the woodwork a good shaking on that one, and the score remains 14-4.
Seb up in the booth said, gives the woodwork a good shake. He's doing a better job than me in commentary at the moment. 14-4. The Lions in front. 23.5 gone. Around the grounds, the Sharks up 8 points to 6 over the Roosters. In the fuel to go and play Premiership, and North Beach leading the Willagee Bears 6-0.
Well, that'll be a good game.
Should be. Look at the team list, and I've got to say my tip was Willagee after seeing the original list that I had a look at. I don't know if there was any late changes to that list.
And again, just reeling that in,
Well, I understand it from Joondalup's perspective. They have to try and slow the ruck down, but you have to own that first contact. If you're not owning the first contact, you've got no right to slow the ruck down, and you deserve to get penalised. That's what's happening right now.
And South Perth are playing to it.
Yeah.
So they're like a fiddle.
Now Russell almost going through the middle. Beat the first attempt. Lungy. Roshan bounces off one. before he's put down.
Well, he half did.
Evans waits at dummy half.
And then he went to work and someone dropped a heavy apron.
Now comes across to Lungy, a bit of a juggle. Goes out to Judge. Judge, it's intercepted by White. Well, he's intercepted it and saved a try, I think, because he's the winger. I think there was about 3 South Perth Lions outside him if he didn't take that grab.
Basically, if he needs surgery, he has to get up to the work.
Well, the Giants, it feels like a while since they've had the ball, Dave.
And they seems like a while since they've been out of this area. So the Lions aren't giving them much. A lot more urgency now. They've definitely woken up. Look at that line speed.
Errors and discipline. Letting Joondalup down. Now they try and work out of their own end, and a kick from Gus Marshall. It's a bit of a midfield bomb.
Oh, he's
Billy
fallen
Judd
over.
just slipped over, couldn't get to it. Still the last tackle, and they'll hand it over. Well, it was an interesting kick. Billy Judge couldn't get to it, then fell over. After he fell over, there was half a chance of South Perth going away with it.
He's just forgotten that it's the last tackle. He's run straight into contact. Dish to thought about going to his left, but then just run straight into the contact.
Yeah, you'd be surprised by how many rugby league players have this innate thought that if you kick the ball and then you get it back, that restarts the tackle count. It doesn't make sense to me, but there's a number of players that seem to believe that.
Well,
he wanted to keep going, Penny Russell. Sent back to the markers. Goes back, plays the ball. Evans goes for a scurry. It's DeBeek. Goes high to White.
Drop that.
White's knocked it backwards. I think there's a knock on from South Perth. And that is going to be the ruling from the referee. Now the Giants, again bringing it out of their own end. Comes across to Williams. Now Sheehan. Marshall will kick from inside the 40. Does he have the angle on it? I think he does. Tumoana tracks it back. Gets on it. Cleans up the ball. He's had a busy start to this game, Jordan. And the referee's saying he's lost the ball. So makes a meal of the play the ball, and the Giants will get a chance to go on the attack.
Giving it to Tyler. Put it in that. Gone to put some stuff in the office. She should be back in there.
Marshall went the early kick. Looking for the 40-20, doesn't get that, but still gets a result with an error from Tumoana on the first play. Sheehan. Now off the hands, and it comes with Williams. Dummies on the outside, they slice through. Well, that was too easy for the Giants. Lincoln Williams just carves up the South Perth Lions to score.
Well, that's the first time they've really been tested defensively for a while, and had to juggle it there.
14 points to 8 with the kick to come.
Just dummy to his left, didn't need to. There was no one in front of him. And all of a sudden, the game back in the balance, Don.
Well, I tell you, that'll be something that smart players like a Gus Marshall and a Torian Sheehan, they'll clock that. If you can isolate Lincoln Williams one-on-one with Logan Barclay, there's only one winner.
Yes.
Like, Barclay could not go with him for speed at all.
No.
Oh, wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Another kick from Marshall from right in front. On the half-hour mark, we've got a real ball game. 14 points to 10. The NAIDOC week scoreboard.
Gus Marshall throws it over from in front. Makes the score 14.
Half an hour gone. Around the grounds, courtesy of cash converters. And the fuel to go and play Val Murphy Trophy reserve grade here in Western Australia. South Perth convincing winners over the Joondalup Giants in the earlier game, 48 points to 4. 62-0 the Fremantle Roosters over the Rockingham Sharks. And the North Beach Seagulls, they overcame the Willagee Bears 32-16. Another shortish kickoff here from South Perth. Trying to compete for possession. Tyrone Sheehan slow to his feet after defusing the short kickoff. The Giants working it through the middle with Bullard. Plays it back to Sheehan. A win. He's put down. Now we're done. Done a couple of pumps before going out to Williams. He does 6 outside steps on the one blade of grass, but not beating Logan Barclay that way. Samasoni Langi hits the deck. A poor kick across field, and that just hands field position to the Lions. Daniels gets onto the ball. No depth on that kick whatsoever. And South Perth now with Gugar. The unfamiliar yellow headgear. Comes out to Barclay, looking to get one back. Steps inside, gets the pass to Cummings, who puts it down. Well, perhaps trying too hard to make up for his defensive faux pas up the other end. Forces a pass out to Cummings, who couldn't handle it. The Giants have the ball once again, working it out of their own end. And an error. Well, no balance and control there from Jack Bullard. He falls over as he plays the ball. Well, it used to be a lottery in rugby league, those ones, as to whether you'd get the penalty or it'd be ruled as a knock-on. Pretty consistent now, the referees going against the player playing the ball. You have to have balance and control before you play it. Bullard does not on that occasion, and hands it straight over to the Lions as Gugar works down the skinny side. Backing towards the try line. Referee says you were held back there. He goes back to play it. Butters. Russell. Met solidly there by Bullard. Good contact. Well, they dump into the first runner. Hicko almost comes out the other side. Lungy, he's directing traffic here on the right. They go, though, to the left. It goes to DeBeek. DeBeek fires the long pass. Early ball to Daniels. He goes to Tumoana. Tumoana dives for the corner. Touch judge is happy. Oh, well, there's a late call from the touch judge. He took an eternity to put up his flag and say that he's gone touch in goal. Well, we have a look at the replay here. I thought Tumoana had his hat-trick. Touch judge. Well, the touch judge, no flag. There it is.
It's a slow. So I need to point at the spot. It's that blade of grass right there.
Well, it's that's a knock on there from the Giants, and that'll be Arthur's caught high. That's got to be a penalty. Lungy's going to kick for the sideline. For some physical defence on Price. He dropped the ball as he was going towards before he went into touch. We've had some more connectivity issues as Ben Russell took that one into contact.
That's the top end there.
Well, we got a break in the top end as well. So
yep.
We're back. Back live now, I believe, as DeBeek goes wide. Out to Daniels. Now Faru. Marky Faru towards the line. Lays it back to Evans. There's a push from Bullard, and that will annoy Bullard because he'll feel that's exactly what happened to him, and the call went against him. He does the same thing and gets penalised. Difference was Faru kept his feet.
And he's going to be held up.
Short ball to Russell, who barges over. Well, soft defence.
Well, they were it was actually smart offense too. So they were too concerned with being held up. This is the Joondalup team. They were too concerned with having a chat to the ref. He's just picked that straight from dummy half and go, well, if you're, yeah, we'll see it here on the replay.
Take the break and play to thank Channy Ridge Truffles. It's truffle season right now, and Channy Ridge having a lot.
And he's hit him right where, got him in between the posts. You're always going to score in that scenario because you've got nowhere to go. You run him into the post, then you can just bounce off to the right, under the posts, and just before half-time with a kick to come. This is going to be a handy lead for the South Perth Lions as they're chasing North Beach at top of the ladder. Have we got an update on that one? Is that being played at Beach? I'm assuming it is.
No, that one's at Weber Reserve. So North Beach well on top, 14 points to 0 at Bear Park. 18 all. Look at that. 18 all between Fremantle
Shootout
and the Sharks.
No problem with that kick.
Conversion attempt successful. So we're out to a 20-10 lead for South Perth over the Joondalup Giants. 3 minutes until half time. Well, they don't want to concede again here, Joondalup, as we have another look at this Ben Russell try.
That's not great defence.
It's not great defence, but I think you pointed out, when you're attacking close to the line around the goal post, you are more easily able to isolate a player, and that was what happened. It was one-on-one, Ben Russell with one player.
Smart footy, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's just what he was doing there.
Towards the sideline, and he dives to take the slips catch there, Ethan Gugard. Oh, he'll be happy with his work in the outfield. Might have gone out in the full if you had to let it go.
Yeah, so I was just thinking that. Like, what are you doing, son?
Well, again, a shortish kickoff, which just a couple of minutes ago. That's an interesting tactic from Joondalup because now it gives South Perth decent field position, although it looks like it might work out okay.
Referee's going to say knock on. He is too. What's he saying? Knock on South Perth feed, is he? No, Joondalup feed. I was going to say. That was...
Suddenly the Giants are racing to the scrum to pack it. They want to attack. They want to put something on here before half time. Goes to Marshall. Out to White. White looks to go to the outside of Tumoana.
Looks like he wants to run.
He does. Tumoana, he's fast enough to stay with him.
A little bit less is of that is nice one, but yeah, I
Getting up towards halfway. Well, they look like they wanted to attack. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. There's Bullard. Well, he gets smashed over the top by Mark Faru. Comes back and it's a little kick in behind.
Good kick!
They get to it first, but it's not the last tackle. They've got another play up their sleeve. Cummings spends as long as he's allowed to in the ruck. Goes across now, fires one wide at a Marshall. Marshall, one across field to White. White, can he get the ball into the corner? You bet your life he can!
He wanted to run, and he also wanted to dash and dive, Don.
Well, trick shots galore from the Joondalup Giants to finish this half. And Leon White has got himself a double.
Oh, what a time to do it too. As the siren sounds, there's the kick. Just enough, probably a little bit too shallow, but yeah, look, that's That's fantastic work. And again, it's great these players making me look good, Don. I call him out for 5 minutes ago and he scores. Good stuff.
What a big play.
Oh, it's a great play.
You saw the error from South Perth, and there was urgency from Joondalup. There was urgency to pack the scrum. There was only a couple of minutes left on the clock, and they looked like they wanted to do something. They looked like they wanted to score before the break. And that intent, that intent showed throughout that set. And they've got a reward for it. Right on half-time. Marshall moves in. He's got a lot of height under him.
Not so much.
Again across the face. And at half-time, it's a 6-point ball game. South Perth leading the Joondalup Giants 20 points to 14. It doesn't look like Joondalup are going anywhere.
Well, we've got a game on our hands, Don. This is fantastic. We've got a game on our hands. This is good. It's a great time for the Giants to score. They're going to go into the sheds full of... Look at that. See, there's a significant change in their body language now as they're jogging off. They know that the door's still open. They know that they can go into that second half with something to build on. And we mentioned this before this game. If you were watching the here we go. If you were watching the earlier game from the top end, we're talking about how fantastic this NAIDOC ceremony was put together by the South Perth Lions. I reckon this is absolute cracker. We saw teams from both the first grade and the second grade come together to celebrate First Nations. NAIDOC week, of course, it's the second week. And this is a significant effort and great culture as well to start the game.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic scenes. Yeah, let the vision speak for itself there.
Here's a earlier highlights or lowlights in that regard if you're from South Perth.
What's interesting, after that mistake, Nelly Arthur was moved to the right-hand side of the field.
Yeah.
He's on the left there, but he's been on the right since that moment. And Jordan Tumoana went over to the left pretty quickly after that. And he's got himself a double. This is the first of his tries.
So there's been some periods of some shabby-looking football, but I tell you what, it's an entertaining game, Don. And as you so rightly pointed out, it's an important game for the Giants, but also a pretty important game for the Lions, who have lost 2 in a row. They've lost top spot, and if the numbers are tracking, if they indicate, I'll just check now, that team that's sitting atop, of course, the defending Premier, they're doing what looks to be a number on Willagee at Weber Reserve. They're up by 14 points. So this is an important game for both sides.
Looks like the Bears might have scored just before half-time, so 14-4.
Well, there you go, game on there as well.
In that one. So another try right on the break to make it a ball game. But yeah, they've lost 3 games all season.
Yeah,
South Perth and 2 in a row.
2 in a row. And it's Treeby. It's 18 all. So we've got games everywhere. In round 11. Is it round 11?
Sometimes you can't pick a good game. This week you can't pick a bad one. They're all rippers so far at half-time. We'll take a break from this one at George Burnett. It is the South Perth Lions leading 20 points to 14. We'll be back in a few minutes. G'day and welcome back to the second half of the Fuel to Go and Play Premiership Round 12 match. This is all important for the Joondalup Giants. They have to start winning, and they have to start winning now. Up against the second place South Perth Lions. They're down 20 points to 14 at the break. The great try just before half time sends them to the sheds with a bit of momentum. They'll look to keep that going as they try to muscle up defensively. Melly Arthur tries to slice his way through. Now comes across to Cummings. Gets away from one, bounces away from another, tries to bounce away from a second, but hits the deck. And they come across to Faru. Stands in the tackle. Sheehan and Lawrence. Now Guga. Rare to see him starting from the bench as well. To Beak. Puts it up high. We've seen a few of these sort of high kicks, not necessarily looking for distance.
I'm not sure. Is it windy? Maybe. It's not windy.
It's just not.
It's just, I don't know. Maybe the barometric pressure's up or something. I don't know.
I saw the Giants when they were heading in this direction with similar sorts of kicks. The first one from Harry to Beak. Mason Hicko comes over the top. And collects Williams a little high.
Around the grounds, if I can bring it up, thanks to Cash Converters. So if you just joined us at halftime, it was the Roosters, and the Sharks have got in first after half-time, 24-18. Wow, they have come to play.
A real ball game there. Jack Bullard takes the Giants down into good attacking position. 25 out from the Lions line. And now with Lawrence. Trying to set a platform. Sheen gets to dummy half. It goes to Dunn. Dunn goes out to Williams. Williams gets his hand held by Logan Barclay, who swings him around. Puts him down. That one goes underneath to win. Comes back now. Dunn. Maybe a touch on that one from the Lions off the boot. Daniels just holds his ground. Tumoana. He's
did well.
Beaten a few today.
Breaking ankles.
Kerry Cummings just goes across field, tries to centre things. Logan Barclay. Got to use his physicality. We've got there's Gabriel Price has just stayed down on the deck. So a really good charge from Russell, one of the try scorers for the Lions. Short ball to Guga. Guga's away. Tumoana set sail for his third. Well, that was a great pass from Harry de Beek to Ethan Guga. He found the speed man on the outside, and Jordan Tumoana gets his third.
Off the last two, I think it was. It's a good response from the Lions after allowing points in the dying minutes of the first half. They've opened it up in the second. Just held that long enough. There's a complaint on the left edge. I'm not really sure what he's complaining about.
It's where the Lions have had all their success. Attacking down the left edge.
Yep. Well, that's what they've scored. They haven't scored anything anywhere else, have they?
Well, they haven't really needed to because they had an injury, a hamstring injury to Slade Long on that edge early in the game. And I don't think the Giants have been able to quite fix the issues defensively on that side of the field. See if they make any adjustments after conceding there once again. DeBeek to try and make it 12. Moves in. And
pretty good
raises the
effort.
flags.
Harry DeBeek soaking up the pressure from the Joondalup Giants.
Going
bench.
up in sixes.
Puts it over the black dot to take the Lions. 26 points to
26
14.
points to 14.
Still
5
one way
minutes
to go
gone
this
in this second half. A good start from South Perth.
Got a few chapters left in his story, Harry DeBeek. Was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, in that epic grand final? He had to convert the try to push it into Golden Point.
Harry DeBeek's. I want to read his book because I think he's got a lot of tales to tell. I remember it was probably 5 or 6 years ago. He was never going to play again.
Yeah.
I think he'd had a punctured lung twice in the space of like 6 weeks, and it's like, that's it, he can't play ever again. Something along those lines. It was a fairly serious sort of injury. Is that we see the Lions with a great break down that right-hand side.
That is the pass they don't need. Certainly is. 2 minds there, driven back.
Well, again, it was early in the count, and yeah, that's a rush of blood, I think, from Hamish Roshan, who made that break down the sideline, tried to come up with a miracle play after the break to finish off what was a good lead-up play. But the better option might have been just to take the tackle. Bullard. He's going to complain that he was caught high by Evans. He's lost the ball as well. And I think the ruling is actually a strip against him, not the high shot. Torian Sheehan as the referee gets out of the way. And they straighten through Lawrence. You go around the ankles and a couple go over the top to slow down the ruck. Stepping now, Price. Price has gone in around him behind, a couple of his own, gotten away with it. Despite the groans of Dave McRae in the box.
There was a few people that wasn't just me. People on the ground that were groaning as well. I think that at half the Joondalup line thought, well, that's it, that'll be a penalty. No, apparently not.
Now Marshall. Good step there from Ricciana. The Lions handle it well, though, as Sheehan out of dummy half. Floats one across. Now Vunipola. Vunipola, he's had some issues defensively on the right. It looks like he's been moved to the left. Now it comes across to Wynn. Wynn's going to bomb across field. Chasing through. They get up. They climb out. A try! Another try for Leon White, who climbed above them. Well, he scored 3 tries and he's done all of them in different ways.
That's his third. He's got a hat-trick, and what a way to bring up the hat-trick too. Here's the bomb. And he's jumped into the air, and he's landed about now. There you go. So just committed. And this game, they just don't want to go away to the Lions, do they?
Well, the Giants don't want to go away.
The Giants. Yeah, the Lions can't go anywhere. It's their home ground.
Well, I think you called them the Joondalup Lions a minute ago too.
Oh, there you go. I'm just getting
It's been
too
a long
excited.
week, mate.
It is. And some.
But the Giants, they keep sticking around. And Leon White, tell you what, between Leon White and John Tuamoana, what a battle that has been. Both of them are losing it defensively. They've got 3 tries apiece. As that conversion attempt is successful, we're back to a 6-point ball game. It is 26 points to 20.
Still 30 minutes left.
Nadal Quick scoreboard.
Here it is again. Get a load of this. Just really good body positioning there too. And that's with a good high kick to the danger area. As the chaser, you get to dictate your movement, whereas if you're the defender, you've got to camp under it. You've got to camp under it. You've got to look at the ball. So you've got to be conscious of who's coming at you from your peripheral. And then you've also got to make sure you actually get hands on it. So that's how important a really good kick is.
Yeah, and that was a really good kick. Good contest. Rudy Bowler gets it back for the Giants. Now Bullard trying to set it up. Joondalup trying to go through the middle now. Just trying to complete after points as Williams tries to spin away from Evans. Gets a quick play the ball. Now with Favell. He gets put down onto his back, so that'll slow it down a little bit before the last kick. Marshall making that one across field, and Arthur gets it on the bounce. Not 100% convincing. A juggle from Cummings. They've got a penalty, I think, here.
What was that for?
Must have been offside because he's gone up to the 10-metre mark, so it must have been a player offside. Well, that's a silly one to give away, really, from Joondalup. They were on top, starting to turn the screws, and now all of a sudden the Lions will have this first tackle in the Giants' half. 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Joondalup. Now Russell to Lungy. Lungy holds it up, goes to DeBeek. DeBeek show and go. Beats one.
There's a few that have lost their feet around that area.
Lungy out of dummy half. Ball on the deck. He lays an egg there, Mason Hicko.
He's taken it. That was clean. Not pretty.
Puts it in the Joey's pouch and keeps going. And then it comes loose from Evans. Good contact. I think that's Sheehan.
Good defence.
Or Bullard it is that's getting the pats on the back. Bullard with the contact that forces that one loose. Joondalup hold on. Down by 6. Another penalty for slowing down the ruck. This time going against South Perth. You just can't afford to put any work on the ground at all, in fear of giving away a penalty, and it'll be the Giants to start in good field position. Favell takes the first. Bullard. Well, he's just come up with a big defensive play. Now he's trying to lay the platform for his team. A good quick play the ball. Favell has another run. He picks out a target in Day. He got up quick, good line speed from Day. Is done. Underneath the Verney bowler who loses his feet. Day makes the tackle. Now comes to win. Gugar goes for a one-on-one strip, but doesn't get the ball. Now Marshall, he's going to put the high kick up again. Could this be another contest? It's knocked. There is going to be a penalty for the contact on Marshall. So the hit on Marshall after he kicked it gives a penalty to the Giants. Great chance for them to go on the attack. So Bullard takes the hit up and comes up with the error. Well, it doesn't pick the ball up. And South Perth, well, they breathe a sigh of relief. Dodgy scrum. And the referee says, I'm not sure, let's just try it again. Go out to Barclay, he tries to fend away from one. And again, Sheehan flopping in late. Well, the tackle was completed. Torian Sheehan came in, flops on top, just to try and slow it down. That's the only thing he's trying to do. And the referee's been fairly consistent in the ruck all game. Gives another penalty, as you would expect. Barclay, straight from the tap restart, gets up to the halfway line. Lungy tips it on to Hicko. Hicko runs at Sheehan and carries him 10 metres. Leaves him lying in the ruck. Evans goes out the back of one, goes to Russell. Russell busts through one tackle, stands. And he plays it. Now Evans. Lungy goes to the short ball. And Nielsen, sleight of hand, as over they go. Hallam Day has his day as the Lions go out to a 30-20 lead.
Just spun like a carousel. They couldn't grab him. Watch this here. Good dish. And then spins around, slams it down.
I just love the work there of Lungy. He's looking out the back, and goes the short option. And that little sleight of hand was enough to hold up the defence. That's the class of a man with about 200 Super League games under his belt.
Yeah. It's whenever Joondalup challenge, they get it within a try. At the moment, the Lions just managing to keep them at arm's length.
South Perth, I came here expecting them to really want to put on a show, but not to be disrespectful to the Joondalup Giants, it feels like at the moment they're just doing enough.
Yeah, I mean they've been okay. I mean, Joondalup, I mentioned this before the call. I mean they've been getting better each week. I think their numbers are improving.
He wants to be called that.
But it just you just get the feeling this game it's waiting to be broken open. It's been an entertaining contest, but there's still a few chapters to be written.
Again, a shortish kick-off. DeBeek has to come forward to claim it. There with Gugard. To Ricciana and Bullard. Now the try scorer. All full of running now, Day. Hicko goes out to Barclay. Cummings down to Arthur. Well, it was silky hands across the back line from South Perth. And Arthur takes the high percentage option, goes back infield as Lungy. Lungy goes across field now to DeBeek. DeBeek puts a kick in behind, chasing through Tumoana. Almost gets that one sit up into his lap as the battle between Tumoana and Leon White continues.
It's a good battle, entertaining one too. Claims that he was infringed. No, I don't think so. Just good body positioning from White.
Well, 6 tries between them, those two wingers. Tumoana was dreaming of a fourth.
Now we can tell up tempo, jam in defence. There we go. Nice little defensive set.
Seen a bit of young Jordan Tumoana over the last few years, and I'd have to say this is probably the best game I've seen him play in the top grade. I think he's always had that talent, that ability, that X factor about him.
Well, that's what have we got here? Going back, are we? No.
Off the mark.
That's a good accolade, Don. And that's just allowed South Perth to push him back beyond the marker.
Offload after the held call, so again they go back and have another go at it. It's been a disjointed sort of set here from Joondalup. Had to stop-start a couple of times, but they get through it. Marshall goes a big kick down, and Melly Arthur knocks it on. Vuni Bowler does as well, but...
Again, these high kicks, everyone seems to be having troubles with it. Well, Lions do anyway.
Melly Arthur's... he dropped the one to allow the first try. Comes up with another error there, just off the fingertips. And the Giants, we keep saying they refuse to go away. That one.
Oh, horrible pass. Referee's got to say knock on as he should.
Yeah.
Shocking pass.
A floater out to White.
Got to grow 4 feet to grab that one.
He had to do quite a few things that inhuman to be able to get that one, I think. Didn't give him much of a chance.
There's a few questions being asked, but no one's really got the answer at the moment. Every time Lions get on top, they seem to give away an opportunity, and then the Giants drop the ball.
Go, Jordan. Torch him.
The Tumoana, he finds himself out on the right all of a sudden. He's thrown that forward as well.
More questions. They're saying high. Now the high tackle did come before the loose carry or the knock on.
See Isaiah Rapana asking the question, was that me? Don't know that they quite got the answer they wanted. A little push there in the ruck. And another penalty.
Just go, Jay. Just go. Just play up tempo. Someone just run it. Thank you.
Well, a few penalties in succession. It's Mason Hicko.
He never called help.
Referee again sending him back to the spot. Comes out to DeBeek. DeBeek to Cummings, now to Daniels.
Another one.
Well, he's... that's 3 in a row. He's just given a stern warning there to Marshall.
You'd expect the 4th if it comes. It's got a result in a coloured card.
Russell is picked up by White. Jermaine White out onto the field in jersey 25.
Mason got penalised.
Yes,
Than that.
Exactly.
A few minutes before.
Now Hicko allowed to run a long way before he got to the defence. And when he winds up, he's hard to stop. They managed to do that. It comes from Lungy out to Barclay. Barclay fends away from one. He carries a couple over the try line, and they just weren't stopping him. As soon as he got the ball, he was always scoring.
Too strong. I think South Perth have been threatening to do that for a while and just open it up.
Winning through Logan Barclay, taking the score out 36-20. And again, we thank Cheney Ridge Truffles.
That's going to make it hard, I think. We've got, how long we got? Oh, still time. Still time. Still heaps of time, actually. But this is the biggest lead of the game.
Yes, they did get out to 14-4 in the first half, the Lions, and Joondalup managed to peg it back. Now, 16-point lead, as you say, the biggest lead of this match. Go around the grounds to have a look at some of the other scores, and well, North Beach Willagee game, that one is heating up. North Beach leading 18 points to 10 in that one. Ooh. Meanwhile, the Fremantle Roosters look like they've clicked into gear into the second half. They lead the Rockingham Sharks 36 points to 24.
Oh, that's a big second half. Missed that one.
Waved away.
That one gets waved away.
36 points to 20.
Down here at George Bennett
Lions leading the Giants.
Just before the kickoff.
15 minutes to go.
Shout out to Unison Build and High Carpentry on the back of our Fuel to Go Play Premiership jersey.
Pretty much the story of the season. Have the Giants just given themselves too much work to do in too little time? Billy Judge going across field. Skipped away from one with his speed. Then lost his footing. Lungy to Hicko. Hicko had a runner on his outside shoulder. Sam Javapro didn't get it to him. Now Barclay loses the ball. Picked up by Saunderson. Made his first grade debut last week. There for game number 2 today. It's White. Thrown down by Evans. Dunn to Saunderson. Gets up a little shaky. Dunn goes to the line, now to Marshall. Goes out to Williams. Williams
lost their shape.
Sheehan fires a long pass, gets away from Vunibola, picked up by Rapiner.
A lot of players falling over today.
Loose turf. Dunn's going to bomb. Chasing through comes Williams. He's not going to get there to contest with DeBeek though. Now Judge brings it away for South Perth. From Rugard. One hits the feet there at DeBeek, and a few players that were offside tried to play at it, and luckily they missed it. So DeBeek was able to clean it up, and they've still got the ball. A lot of pressure there on Lungy. An ordinary kick allowed to bounce off the legs there of Barclay. Tumoana gets to the ball. That
sloppy
was about as messy as it gets. Nobody wanted to actually pick it up.
It was regrettable football. That's, I don't know what's going on there. That's, yeah.
Well, none of it was good.
No.
None of it was good. But at this stage, it's play on.
Entertaining.
It's play on.
It's still play on.
Until he touches the ball
Until he
there.
touches the ball there. Yep. Back in action.
I don't know that I've seen too many games where the wingers and centres have changed sides as often as have occurred in this game.
And I think the fact that what you're looking at here is a reflection of that. They're at 6s and 7s at the moment. They're all over the place. Their shapes all over the shop. So not getting much continuity. They're going to spread it wide now here. Again, not a great path, I don't think. Oh, here we go.
Vunibola almost makes something out of nothing. Then comes back to Marshall. Puts it up. Get a couple of looks there, Cummings, to see where the chasers were. Sometimes when players do that, they lose focus on the ball and come up with a fundamental error, but he takes the catch. Secures possession safely for the Lions. With each passing minute, they get closer to securing another victory in their 2025 season. As Lungy
Pretty high.
back in the winner's circle for the Lions after back-to-back losses, if they can hold on. Short ball to Hicko. Good shot around the ball. Forces the mistake. Well, Trent Lawrence, good shot on Mason Hicko.
That short ball sold him up the river a bit, I think. It was DeBeek that gave him the...
Joondalup, you feel if it's going to happen, it has to happen now.
Just about to say that. Last 12.
Fake the kick from the scrum win. Vunibola thought he kicked it. He wasn't ready for the pass on the outside and juggled it. There was Saunderson. He gets his legs ripped out from underneath him by Sam Javapro. Now for Vel. Javapro up quickly into his face. But still a quick play the ball. Sheehan on the back of that. Fires a long pass out to Vunibola. He straightens, looks to stand up. Barclay does. Gets away from him. Hiko, though, comes to make the tackle. Rolls him onto his back. Looks at the referee 2 or 3 times to make sure that he doesn't hold down too long. Marshall comes out to Williams. Williams to Williams. The ball hits the deck. Picked up by White. Referee says play on. Tackle 5. Marshall puts a little dab over it, and Billy Judge flying across slides in. Well, we've seen some great catches in the outfield in this this game. Not quite cricket season, but
I can see what Marshall was trying to do, but I don't think the rest of his team quite understood it. So the idea was right, but he didn't have...
Gus will tell you that he's smarter than all his teammates, so he's got him again. Lungy out of dummy half. He sent Sale looking for some support runner, and he slows up as he gets to the fullback. Couldn't quite position Jordan Tumoana. Tumoana's pass picked up beautifully by DePeek. Out to Gugar. Gugar looks to get to the outside, and Billy Judge. Judge steps inside. Marshall gets collared. Well, Marshall was beaten with footwork. And he's penalised for the high tackle. Well, South Perth, they go from sideline to sideline after the Certasoni Langy break. Now Russell, he's got one already just barging over. Trying to add a second.
Opportunity for them to close the gate here.
Lungy. Goes out to Cummings, to Barclay, to Tumoana, who goes over untouched for 1, 2, 3, 4.
And the gate, I think, now is shut.
Jordan Tumoana crossing for his 4th try of this afternoon. Takes the Bustle scoreboard 40 points to 20.
That's the right edge. So they've been doing it on both ends, on both sides.
Well, Jordan Tumoana showing it doesn't matter what side of the field he's on, he's going to be scoring tries.
Yep. Ambidextrous.
It's funny, like I think he started on the right, and then there was the knock on from Melly Arthur, so he went over to the left, scored 3 tries on the left, and Melly Arthur made a knock on in the second half, and they've gone, oh, you go back over to the right now.
Scores a try on the right. Great work.
Melly Arthur, he's ruined the couple of knock-ons that he had.
He's actually just watching him on camera. He looks a bit proppy, actually.
There's Jordan.
Melly Arthur. So, debate can take as much time as he likes.
Well, he liked that. He liked that. As soon as he struck it, he looked away and thought, I'll focus on picking up the tee, because that one is over. 42 points to 20. I don't know that the scoreline is a true reflection of the game we've seen. I think Joondalup have been very competitive. The Lions running away with it. We see Jordan Tumoana sliding in. Almost goes the aeroplane along the ground as he scores that one. Try July. All the rage in the NRL. And that knocked on from the Giants, picked up by South Perth.
At Treeby, Don, it is... the Sharks aren't going away. They've just gone in. And I think with a kick to go. They are tied it up 36 apiece.
Loose arm. Away with that one though, Roshan. It's a little bit of a push in the ruck as well as they work down a short side with Barclay. Barclay goes back into Day. Day to Roshan. Just a second effort. They're allowed to go with a quick tap as Hicko. Hicko will now play it back to Evans. Evans fires it across to Lungy. Lungy holds it up, gives it on to Faru. Faru trying to spin his way towards the line. They keep him in the field of play. Lungy tipped that on nicely to Hicko. Hicko can see the line, can't quite get there. Desperate defence from the Giants. Evans goes to Roshan. He gets to the line. I think that's a try.
Really?
Short, says the
No,
referee.
well, we've gone the early crow on that one.
Comes back to DeBeek. DeBeek fires it across now to Daniels. Daniels goes back infield with Cummings. Now Lungy. Lungy goes to Day. Day standing in the middle of the field. Tackle 5. Well, they're stacked here towards the left-hand side. Slow play the ball, though. It goes to Lungy. Lungy goes to Daniels. Daniels runs the crash line and just carries a couple over, and the Giants fall off and allow him to put the ball down.
26 now.
Daniels
That's
for the
how many
Bravo
points
Lefties.
is that in the last few minutes?
And
That's a
put 4
few.
more points on the board. Thank you to I Carpentry.
They've really put the foot down now.
They certainly have. Again, they desperately clung on there a couple of times. South Perth looked certain to score, and the defence just got there. But on that last play, they ran out of resolve, the Giants. Conversion attempt, 10 in from touch for the Beak.
Weber reserve. The Eagles have gone in again. They've now expanded their lead to 12 points, 22 to 10.
I gave you a few of the results from the Val Murphy Trophy. The Kalamunda Bulldogs 14-0 beating the Ellenbrook Rabbitohs. That was probably the match of the round in that competition. The Bulldogs in 6th, the Rabbitohs in 2nd, but the Bulldogs getting a 14-0 win. And the other good one is the Alkimos Tigers and the Kwinana Titans. Alkimos leading that one 10-6 at the moment. And really congested ladder in the Val Murphy Trophy. So
It's always competitive. It's a great comp. Rangi Hayata for Freo has gone in. It's a shootout at Treeby, Don. Fremantle has taken the lead back, 42-36 with a kick to come. No, they've converted, sorry. They have converted that. So there's a lot of points being scored out there.
Not much in the way of defence, and another short kickoff gets a result. The Giants coming up with the ball. Lucio Vunibola plays it. Now it's with Lawrence. Lawrence has had some good moments for the Giants.
What's
Another penalty.
Another penalty, as you do.
No quick tap allowed, and the Giants are complaining because South Perth were allowed, but Trent Lawrence was standing in front to Taurine Sheehan when he took the tap, so that's the reason why that one wasn't allowed. Now Sheehan goes to Dunn. Dunn. He goes his own no-look pass to Bullard. He is unable to slice through though. Sheehan on the back of a quick play the ball.
Has he lost that?
by
He has to.
Evans. You're going to say stripped.
No?
Well, maybe marker's not square, given by the signal from the referee. It's a long pass put down by Rapana. Now Lungy. It doesn't all come together for Joondalup. The South Perth now stepping through. Well, The George Burnett Bull Ant makes the tackle there on Viliami Taufa. I don't think he wanted to run 80. Does Jaden Evans want to? He's in a very busy game. Plays it back to Lungy. Now to the beak. DeBeek puts a little kick in behind. Chasing through Billy Judge. Judge and White. White gets to it first. Kicks it over the dead ball line. As the siren sounds, there's no cherry on top for South Perth, but they'll be happy enough with a 48 points to 20 win.
Well, a great second half from the Lions, and a good probably last 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes of this game where they piled the points on, because at one stage they got within 6, didn't they? The Giants in the second half, and then the Lions said, no, not here, not in our house. We need to make up for the two. Well, somewhat regrettable performances coming into this one, and they've re-established themselves. We've still got some results to come, but they'll keep themselves in touch with that top spot as they battle with the Seagulls, who have gone in again. No, who are still leading the Willagee Bears. There shouldn't be much time left in that one.
48-20 here. Jordan Tumoana, I think he might have just booked himself a place in the team of the week. NRL WA team of the week, but we do each and every week with 4 tries today. A fantastic performance from him. Corbin Daniels with a couple. Logan Barclay, Hallam Day, Benny Russell barged over for one. Leon White, he might feature as well from the Joondalup Giants with a hat-trick. And Lincoln Williams grabbed the other for the Joondalup Giants. 48 points to 20 in South Perth.
Let's have a look at the team of the week, Dom. We've got some time. We've got some time. Here's the team of the week from round 11. Didn't have time to show that before. So, and there's a few Sharkies in there as well, which is good to see.
Chris Siddons was absolutely sensational, I thought, for Rockingham in the game that we called last week. He was everywhere. He's thoroughly deserves his spot. Harry Tarono, I think, is the interesting one. He came off the bench for them and played dummy half and really made a difference when he came on, but named at 13 in that team of the week, because obviously Jaden Solomon had a very good game for the Fremantle Roosters, so couldn't give him the 9, couldn't give him the 14 with Summersonic Langy, so it's always a difficult job for Caleb to put together the team of the week.
He loves it though.
Oh, he does.
It's a bit of a, he'd probably suggest it's part of his job description. But that's the team of the week. So, again, it'd be interesting, as you mentioned, to see who makes the team of the week for this round. There's a few in this. I know
there was a lot of chat about Royden Gillett's performance for the North Beach Eagles, and it was a real turning back the clock. He was probably the performer of the week from all the reports that I got over the weekend.
And Jeremy, good to see Jeremy Wallace at the 7 as well, the veteran. So there's a few in this game that are going to stake a claim to that list for round 12. We had two. Yeah, we had White. Yeah, so two hat-tricks in this game. So,
well, I think we're at 42 all. Fremantle and Rockingham.
Oh, you're kidding me! Oh wow, I tell you what, I just wish we had a camera at that game.
Oh, that is a ridiculous amount of points, and that's got to be close to full time.
Has to be.
I mean, it's full. Obviously, it's been full time for some time here in this game. And yeah, just looking at the try scorers as well, Brendan White with a hat-trick for the Fremantle Roosters. Dave Quinlan had a first-half hat-trick for the Rockingham Sharks. Plenty of points being scored in that game. And it looks like they might end up sharing the points.
Is that our first draw?
Well, it would be for the season, yes.
For the time to do it.
Not wrong.
Well, we've got a fair bit of time because we're going to head up at the top end for the DABSCO Premiership. We'll be joined by the commentary team up there and Cam and Chris. There's a fair bit to go on here. We might just, we will take a break just so we can have breath on, and we'll show the highlights for this game, and then hopefully by the time we come back, those results for the rest of the Fuel to Go Premiership will be finalised. But here at George Burnett, the Lions did what they needed. They stemmed a 2-game losing streak to defeat a spirited Joondalup Giants team and probably put a big dent in their potential final hopes We'll take a break from here. Don't go anywhere because we're going to go back up the top end very shortly for the DABSCO Premiership. But from here, we're going to take a quick break, and it's goodbye from George Burnett Park. It's game day. We continue with Super Saturday. We head to the top end, TRL Stadium, to the DABSCO Premiership, the last game of the round. The Nightcliff Dragons up against the Northern Sharks. And, well, this is a big game. Again, we've been talking about it all week, Dave. How it is elimination final time come early. And for the Sharks, you know, they probably don't deserve to play finals with the way they played this season. But if they are a chance, they have to start winning now.
Might need to turn me mic off there, Den. So that's not a good start from me. We want a fast start from the Sharks. They're going to have to perform. This is... And the Dragons are a mixed bag. We don't know what they're going to get. You never know what you're going to get in a half footy, let alone a full 80 minutes. So it's all up to the Sharks here. Last year's bridesmaids, so to speak. We know they've had some changes with their lineups, etc. So they are a different unit they were that played off in the grand final against the Brothers last year. But if they're going to want to play finals, they've got to win these games. Now, we've had a great day of footy, Don. We've been up, we've been down, we're up again. But up the top end, we welcome back, I hope they're up there if they can hear us, we welcome back the top end calling team of Cam and Chris. I don't know if they can hear us, but hopefully they can chime in with their call. Boys, can you hear us up there?
Yeah, good evening, Dave and Don. It's great to be joining you from TRL Stadium, of course, for this round 11 clash between the Northern Sharks and the Nightcliff Dragons. As you said, Dave, in the pre-game, this is a must-win game for the Northern Sharks if they wish to play finals football this year. This is a clash between the 4th place team in the Nightcliff Dragons and the 5th place Northern Sharks. There is a two-win margin between the Dragons and the Sharks. This is round 11 of a 15-round competition. So if the Sharks are any hope to play finals football and challenge the Dragons for that 4th spot, they must win here tonight. Joining me as co-commentator is Chris Foy. Chris, it's great to have you back here tonight for this round 11 clash.
Evening, Cam. Thank you. Looking forward to a very entertaining clash, and as you said, Sharks really need to step up tonight. We saw earlier in the year they were at the end of the last time they played. The Sharks got out to a great lead, but then the Dragons ran them down right at the end of the game. So Sharks will be wanting to get off to a good start and then hold it and get right through to the end of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I really put that down as one of the turning points for Nightcliff Dragons for their season. They went into the halftime sheds down in that game, but they came back in the second half as the Sharks get a penalty here. They came back in the second half, went on to win a big comeback there, and that really allows them to sort of open up that gap between the Sharks on the ladder as Stylianos Varontos attempts to bat the ball back in. The Sharks will get the tap here from the penalty, about 45 metres out from the Dragons line. And having a look at the team sheets, Chris, it's good to see both teams are actually fielding a relatively strong team tonight. We see some players for the Sharks back in the team who haven't actually played for a number of weeks. So hopefully a strong performance here as the Sharks bring it through their halfback in field. Centre field now, this is Adam Hall, the front rower. He's 22 metres out from the try line. Collie from acting half, he'll go to the right. They put it through their hands. They've got numbers there. The Sharks, the wingers unmarked, but the Nightcliff Dragons wingers able to effect the tackle. They're now 12 metres out from the try line. They'll bring it back centre field, the Sharks. First use of the football, only a few minutes into the game. They're able to get down this end of the field through a relieving penalty. A flick pass out the back from the Sharks. It didn't find its mark. It does go into touch. Well, first use of the football, the Sharks there, but a flick pass didn't find its mark, Chris, and it's gone into touch.
Yeah, a little loose finish there to the end of that set. Sharks would have been wanting to keep the pressure on, but unfortunately that hasn't happened, and now we see Nightcliff bring it out from the 10.
And that's Latua who takes the first ruck. They'll bring it grandstand side of the field. Adrian Corrie's playing 5/8 today for the Nightcliff Sharks, Chris. We know Robert Butcher there is. The Dragons bring it down the touchline, throws the ball back in. This is Varontos with the 3 on his back. He brings it centre field. He is pulled down 41 metres out from the Sharks line. That's a nice piece of play from the Dragons, spreading it wide early in that set of 6. This is the captain in Motlop. He's up over the 30. Shirley's at acting half. They go to the left. They push it wide through the centre 3/4. 18 metres out now. That's the 5th and last. Dragons will look to Motlop. He'll put it through the hands. Corrie puts the ball up. Varontos comes through, takes the ball on the full, gets the offload. And David Tabuai in jersey number 4 for the Nightcliff Dragons scores the try about 5 metres in from touch. A beautiful 5th tackle option there for the Nightcliff Dragons. It was Motlop through to Corrie. He put a nice kick in behind the defensive line. Varontos able to take the ball on the full in the field of play. Had his wits about him to get the ball away, and David Tabuai scores over in the corner. And that's a great start for the Nightcliff Dragons, Chris Foy.
Yeah, great start there. I think we can see immediately in the first 5 minutes of play here, Adrian Corrie getting very involved, but I also noticed Sam Irwin, the coach, ex-Gold Coast Titans player, playing in the halfback number 7 tonight, and you can see his influence already just in those first 5 minutes. And he's pairing very well with Adrian Corrie. who's now lining up the conversion attempt. And a great take by Brontos, who's really shown a lot of that this year. Usually collecting balls off Butcher, kicking from the 5'8" position, but doing it just as readily tonight with that kick from Corrie.
Sam Irwin, of course, one of those great Darwin products who's gone away to play in the NRL, of course, played in the Q Cup. I think for Burleigh Bears before making his debut for the Gold Coast Titans. Had a couple of seasons over in the UK with Featherstone Rovers before coming back for the Tweedhead Seagulls. And now great to have him back up here in the NRLT as coach of the Nightcliff Dragons. And as Chris Foy said, taking the field in jersey number 7 as the halfback for Nightcliff Dragons in this crucial game for them, because they will want to cement their place in the top 4 and be playing finals football. Now, as Corrie is successful with that kick, we're just over 5 minutes of play, and it's the Nightcliff Dragons 6 leading the Northern Sharks 0.
Yeah, great start for the Dragons there. Irwin taking that ball from the kick-off.
They're back just short of the 20-metre line, the Nightcliff Dragons. Latua, jersey 20, up over the 20, heading towards the 30. Takes 2 Sharks to bring him down. Shirley, quick play there, ball, Latua, Motlop on the short side. Actually, I should say the open side. Brings it towards the 40. That was good, quick play the ball. They're going to catch the Sharks napping if they keep that up. As Corrie puts the ball on the toe. Great quick up there by Diganeri, the Sharks fullback, and he'll bring the ball back with gusto. And it's Sam Irwin leading by example. The kick chase was good there from the Dragons. Nice kick return from the Sharks and a great kick chase from the Dragons. Of course, this is the third time, Chris, that these two teams have met this season. Both games prior have gone to the Nightcliff Dragons. Northern Sharks, they'll be looking to get their first win against the Dragons tonight.
And they really do need to win. They're drifting in the on the ladder.
Penalty blown there. Kai Alden trying to play the ball there, pulled down by a Dragons player. Referee blows the penalty. And Jacob Colley elects to take the tap, and they push it through Versteeg, up over the 20. Sharks with an opportunity to strike back here. They bring it through the centre. Alden is picked up in a heavy tackle by Latham Shirley. Colley. They take it to the right. Good straight running there by the Sharks 3/4. Brought down. Good quick play the ball. There's numbers on the short side if they can move it wide. And they make it over there, I believe. Looks as if Nightcliff haven't been able to effect the tackle. And the Northern Sharks on the back of a very quick play the ball. The Nightcliff Dragons, winger and centre, were called in to make the previous tackle. And the Sharks go over to strike back. It's now 6 points to 4 with a kick to come. Chris Foy, did you get a number on that try scorer?
No, unfortunately. There was a bit of a pile of players there. Sneaking in that far corner from us. We'll see if we can identify him.
Both teams are looking good with the ball in their hands. And I think both teams have impressed with some really quick play the balls that they're looking to get a roll on. And that try there was built on the back of the Sharks taking it to the right and forcing the winger to come in and make the tackle, and then a good quick play the ball. There was numbers on the short side, on the right-hand side for the Sharks, and they go over. So 6 points to 4 with the kick to come from the sidelines. And Chris Foy, at half-time, there is a promotion here at TRL Stadium. It is a kick for cash. If you can kick the ball a conversion style from the halfway, $100 you'll walk home with tonight. Now, if you're unsuccessful with that conversion, I believe you get to move it up to the 40-metre line, but we drop from $100 down to $40 cash. Then if you're unsuccessful there, you promote the ball to the 30, 30 for 30, and so on. I reckon at this stage I'd probably need to kick it from about the 10-metre line for $10 to get the cash. But it's a big kick to kick from the halfway.
Certainly, as we say, a great kick from Sharks
Flags are up. Conversion is successful. 6 apiece here.
And both sides showing some intent with their attack.
I know it.
Just need to settle down and stiffen up their defence a bit. Make it a very competitive game.
I know it's early and it is a dry track, but the ball handling in the opening stages of the game has been good. As a player goes over, commentators curse. I just said it's a dry track and the Sharks player's gone over.
Yeah, Cameron Verster.
Versteeg there. Sharks play it back. Setterfield, they arrow it back in. We've got a few players that we don't have numbers for yet there for the Dragons, the number 12 there. They come the short side. They'll play the ball back there. This is Field. This is Hall. Hall with a short pass. Oh, that's a great hit there. Sean Walkup is on the field and he did not miss. The referee blows the penalty. I believe he's ruled that as a shoulder charge without wrapping his arms around the tackle. It was a great ball there from Adam Hall, just a short ball. I love when forwards run in twos. Shawnee Walkup was on the spot. That ball won't find touch. Verontos will take the catch on the full. Here's a chance, he might run the whole way. He's got 2 to beat. Will he stay into touch? He has been bundled into touch. The referee will blow a penalty. Well, Stylus Verontos, he took the ball on the full from that kick for touch from the penalty. He beat a few players. He was dancing with the sideline. He had 2 players left to beat. He attempted to bring it back in field. The tackle was affected, but referee rules that the Northern Sharks have gone on with it and have made the second effort and put Verontos into touch. So a chance for the Dragons now. 5 metres out from the try line. Shirley at acting half. They'll go the open side. Corrie. Motlop with the ball. Stands in the tackle, eventually brought down. Slow play the ball there. Shirley just won off the ruck there. Dragons try to force their over through brute strength. The referee says no, short, play the ball. They'll go again here, the Dragons. Through Irwin. Out to Motlop. That's Jerome there in jersey 16. They dummy open side, they'll go the short side. Oh, the chance was there. They had created the overlap on the wing, but the pass didn't find its mark. It went into touch, and the Sharks have been let off the hook.
Yeah, some good work from Irwin again there, directing play down that short side. Unfortunately, a wayward pass.
Great defence there from the Nightcliff Dragons. Shawnee Walkup really looking to have an impression now that he's on the field. That's 2 heavy tackles that he's been involved in. One did end up in a penalty, but good strong defence from Walkup as the Sharks bring it up towards the halfway. They've got a deep back line here. That will be the 4th. They look to use that back line. No, dummy, a show and go. Eventually takes it into Motlop. He affects the tackle along with Shirley. Over the halfway now, the Sharks. This is the 5th and last. Field. Field will get a long kick away. Verontos is under it. He's had a great start to the game so far. He passes it on to his fullback, Deganeri. And Deganeri is brought down 20 metres out. Verontos.
Yeah, better kick from Sharks that time. The last one, when they had the penalty and didn't find touch, was very wasteful, but that was a good kick. And Verontos placed well.
And I should say that Bailey Zaro's playing fullback for the Sharks. I miscalled him earlier. Got my team sheets wrong there. The Nightcliff Dragons flicked the ball out the back. It didn't land, but they're still with the ball. Walkup on the halfway. Stands in the tackle. Brought down by 3 defenders, including Hall. That is the 5th and last. Shirley will look to find Corrie here. He's on the right. Slow play the ball from Walkup. Goes to Corrie. He puts up a torp bomb. This is Zaro underneath it. He takes the ball. Great take there from Zaro. One of those swirling kicks, those swirling, towering bombs. Brings the ball back up over the 30.
Yeah, very good take there. Ball moving around in the air. There's not a lot of wind here tonight, but that ball was certainly moving around. We could see it from where we were in the grandstand.
And I must say, Chris, it has been cooler here in the Territory, but it's fairly warm tonight as a penalty goes the way of the Sharks.
Certainly a little bit of humidity in the air, Cam.
A penalty.
Southeasterlies are dropped away.
Yeah, it's very still, isn't it? Anyway, the players will be used to these conditions. They'll kick from the 40 over to the far side of the field. This one well and truly finds touch for the Sharks.
No mistakes with that kick.
And so the Sharks will get a tap here from the 40-metre line. A chance to go back on the attack. 6-all here at TRL Stadium, up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Of course, our game day partners today are Territory Butchers. And of course, when we do a round to ground score, Chris will be doing all of that for McDonald's.
Axel's favourite restaurant.
He's with us tonight, Axel. He's not on the sidelines tonight. He's up here in the box or on the veranda as the Sharks try to thread the ball through. Dragons take it. That's Tabawai, the try scorer. And a penalty for a high tackle there. So the Dragons an opportunity or a relieving penalty to bring themselves out from deep within their own territory. That kick will find touch. He'll bring the ball just shy of the 40-metre line.
Apart from the penalties, the handling's been pretty good. No errors in general play, except for the kick that didn't go out from the penalty from Sharks. But otherwise, the ball handling's been very good.
Potentially inspired from that great Queensland team from Wednesday night. Chris Foy has an offload there. Oh, Irwin, he throws the ball to Shirley. It has been kicked up there by the Sharks. That's Owen Potter who ends up with the ball. The Dragons from the penalty, they went centre field. A gap opened up for Irwin. He looked to connect with Shirley, but wasn't able to find his mark. The Sharks have got the ball. Chris Foy shutting down my attempts to bring in mistake-free football as the Sharks are up over the 30.
Oh, I think Sam Irwin helped a little bit too then. Can't claim it all.
He certainly did. He looks very enterprising when he's got the ball in their hands. Falau Maloa now for the Sharks on the field. Jersey 25, it's great to see him out there. Field, they go the open side through Sala. Sala, the ball comes back. Oh, I think Tabawai might have pushed a player and then knocked the ball on. Which way will the referee rule the knock on? He will, I believe he's going to give the scrum feed to the Dragons.
Yeah, first knock on from Sharks.
I was just going to say that Samika Sala playing out in the Sharks centres. He is one of those players who appeared early in the season for the Sharks and was in fine form. I think he was playing in the 5/8 position, Chris. And I think he sustained a leg injury early in the season, so it's great to see him back out there on the field for the Northern Sharks tonight in this crucial round 11 game.
Yeah, Mike has been a stalwart of the Sharks for many years.
Shirley, Tabawai, out to Verontos. Verontos brings it back in field. A little bit of space in front of him, but it will close down. Matena Droga affects the tackle just on the 40-metre line. Bounces off the first tackle there. Is the Dragons forward. And we can hear that up here on the balcony.
Westrup.
It is Westrup out there. So in 12 is Westrup. Corey Westrup, a representative player again this season for the NT Titans. He's going to come from the field. He's holding his chest. He might have just been winded there a little bit. And Latua will come back on for the Nightcliff Dragons. We quite often see Corey Westrup running wide off a pass. As Motlop with ball in hand, the captain. Shirley through Corey. Corey puts the ball up. Another one for Zaro to take. He takes that one. It did move away from him just at the last minute, but he was able to take it ball in hand, not on the chest. Latua was making the tackle, but there's a penalty there. Another high tackle there, ruled by the referee.
Yeah, that's 7 penalties so far, and we're only just approaching halfway in the first half.
It's been entertaining so far, hasn't it? Largely mistake-free football. Both teams prepared to spread it wide. And I really liked the last play we saw there from the Nightcliff Dragons, spreading it wide with a straight Corey Restrop running onto it. More football like that, yes please. Sharks up over the halfway through the captain in Corey. McPherson will play the ball back field. Inside ball there. Oh, well read by Latour. Sharks, they were bringing it to the left. They put a ball back on the inside, but Latour read it well. The Dragons' defence has been good, as has the Sharks. As they look to spread the ball wide, the Sharks here. Out to jersey number 5, Harding. He may have been the try scorer from before there, Chris, out on the wing. We'll get that confirmed a little bit later on, but I believe Brian Harding was the try scorer for the Northern Sharks.
I think we should stop talking about errors, Cam. Every time we do, they come up with one.
It's one thing you learn as a commentator. As soon as you make a statement, you're bound to have egg on your face.
But it's been highly entertaining 20 minutes of football. Both sides are obviously keen to get the 2 points, and for Nightcliff that'll obviously probably put them clear in 4th place, with the Sharks still to play the top 3 sides.
Dragon scrum fetal, just juggles the ball but holds on to it is Diganeri. And you're right, Chris, this is round 11, so it's a 6-team competition. It takes 5 games to make your way through every team in the draw. So round 11 is the first game of the 3rd time through the draw. And so all teams will play each other one last time before we move into the finals. As Latour comes up for an error. Strong defence there from Laban for the Sharks. Gets plenty of pats on the back from his fellow Sharks players. And so a scrum feed now for the Northern Sharks. Yeah, as we said, round 11. Okay. Round 11, yeah, 3rd time they've met. Nightcliff Dragons getting both wins. That would have been back in round 4, the Dragons 58, the Sharks 16, and round 7, the Dragons 30, the Sharks 22. It is 6-all here up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. We're about 17 minutes to half time. And the Sharks bring it through Laban. Great defence. He affected the mistake on Latour, and now a strong run. As they'll bring it the short side, the Sharks. McPherson, he's only a metre from the line. They'll continue to go the short side. They'll attempt to burrow their way over, and I think they've got there. Samika Sala. Collie electing to go the short side on 3 occasions, and Sala in a one-on-one situation, too strong, able to really drive his way over the try line and get the ball down. Chris Foy.
Yes, a short blindside raid. And, yeah, hitting the ball at pace was too strong for the Nightcliff defenders there. They did try and hold him up and attempt to push him over the sideline, but Mike was able to get the ball down, force his way to the ground,
and just like that, it's
put the Sharks in front.
It is. It's 10-6 with the kick to come, and it is Jaden Mick who kicked the previous conversion from the sideline, and now he's got another go from this time from the grandstand side. And I reckon if you're Jaden Mick, don't go into the sheds at halftime. Go out to the halfway and kick from halfway for $100, and there's a good chance you'll go home 100 richer. You know, the early rounds of the DABSCO Premiership, the Sharks, they were unlucky not to get a win, but they were strong. So it's great to see them really in this game tonight. And their season is absolutely on the line tonight.
And as you mentioned, there's a number of players that we haven't seen for a few weeks, whether that's through injury or work commitments or other reasons, but are back. Young Cooper Field, the 7, he played for the Gove side in the game last week
in the Deadly Cup.
Who were successful against the Barbarians, and we haven't seen him for a few weeks. Micah Sala, as you mentioned. We haven't seen Snedden come on the field yet, Bradley Snedden, who is listed.
23 tonight.
So there might be a few of them overcoming niggling injuries and coming back to try and push their way into the finals.
14 minutes, a little over 14 minutes on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It is 10 points to 6. The Sharks now lead the Dragons as the Sharks look to bring it back from the return kick, and they'll look to have a good set of 6, bring it back through the centre and get a nice kick away. That's a nice run. Angles back in behind the markers, able to make up 15, 20 metres there.
Yeah,
Sharks
certainly putting some plays together here,
and Sala with the ball breaks through a tackle. He's able to get it up to the 20. That was a great run, Samika Sala, and as we said, he has been a stalwart for the Sharks. He was strong in the early few rounds, but he has been out with injury. It's great to have him back out there tonight, and he's added an extra dimension to this Sharks attack as they now push to the Dragons' left-hand side, the right-hand side for the Sharks. And is that Hall there? No, it's Williamson. I think it's in the pink boots there. He drove close to the line there, just short.
hand over, last tackle.
5th and last, hand over there. No. Yes, it is. Shirley. Shirley will have to take the settler himself. He looked to pass it to someone to take the ruck.
Sharks, too eager.
No one was willing. Penalty there, Chris.
Yeah.
Too eager, you said?
Yeah, offside. Really trying to keep the pressure on the Sharks, on the Dragons side and keep them down here, but off too quickly.
And of course, this is round 11 in the DABSCO Premiership, and if we do around the grounds for McDonald's here, last night we saw Brothers 28 defeat the Palmerston Raiders 6. So two of those big three teams taking on each other, and that's the Brothers' third victory over the Raiders this season. Interestingly, the only team to defeat the Litchfield Bears this season has been the Palmerston Raiders, but Brothers maintaining their perfect record against the Raiders this season. And earlier tonight we saw the Litchfield Bears 70 big winners over the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Latua, short ball.
Put it down, the big fella.
Yeah, Loco just couldn't hold on to it. Latua to Loco. Two big Nightcliff Dragons forwards. They're looking to strike up a combination out on the field tonight. Loco.
I think Loco played for the Gove side last week as well.
Great day of rugby league here last week. TRL Stadium for the Deadly Cup. Matches across the whole day. Broadcast through Local Media Services Company. So Sharks pack the scrum. Field will feed. Strikes at the ball. Well, Latua had a strike. I think he's packing the scrum in 1982. Striking at the ball. Collie breaks from the base of the scrum and passes it on to Zaro, who takes the settler. Shirley affects the tackle. Well, he did well there from the centre of that scrum to affect that tackle. Latham Shirley, he's in such an industrious player, both in attack and defence. So busy. Williamson. He's been good tonight, Williamson. Been a handful in attack. A handful for the Dragons' defence. He'll play the ball back just inside the Dragons' 40. Short balls, that was flat. Versteeg with the ball. The Dragons look to shut down field there, and they do. It's the 5th and last. They're 25 metres out, the Sharks. They'll bring it the short side. That has been touched there by a Nightcliff Dragons player. Well, they're going to come up with some luck here, the Northern Sharks. They kicked the ball, and it has gone through the hands of a Nightcliff Dragons player. He's definitely played at the ball. And Big Adam Hall will play the ball 10 metres out. With 10 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it's the Sharks 10 lead the Dragons 6, and the Sharks a full set of 6 on the Dragons line, a chance to extend this lead. Collie, out to Colling. Williamson. They'll go the short side. They've been successful down there, just short of the try line there. Harding and acting half, I think it is. Deep pass. They'll look to bring it down to the left. Ball does find the ground. I don't think it's gone forward, but that one will have gone back there into the hands of the Dragons. And here we go. Well, a fortuitous pass on there.
Great chase here.
And Deganeri, he was able to run down to the 20-metre line, but a great chase by the Northern Sharks. Effect the tackle 20 metres out. Damien Mick. And helped out by Zaro. The Dragons have spilt the ball.
Yeah, wonderful chase there from Mick and Zaro. They were very fortunate there. There's a bit of untidy play earlier on by the Sharks, and Nightcliff managed to take advantage of that, and Tabuai just...
He found space.
And just shot through. And yeah, wonderful cover from... Is it Jaden Mick? And Zaro, the fullback, to diffuse that situation.
Well, when David Tabuai went through, I really thought that he'd be putting it down underneath the black dot. But tremendous chase there, as you said, Chris Foy, with Mick and Zaro. You've got to remember, these players, they've been going all half, and to do a chase like that just before half-time just shows you the determination of the Sharks tonight. They know how important this game is tonight, as Hall will bring it up over the 40.
Yeah, desperation showing that, and great effort from those two players. And
solid hit there from Walkup and Shirley. No issues there. He did have his arms wrapped around. This is Hall, I should say, in those red boots, up over the halfway. Collie to Field. Now on to Laban. Laban gets a penalty there. Inside the 10 there. And again, another chance here, Chris, for the Sharks to go on the attack with a full set of 6 inside the red zone.
Yeah, well, they've had success right on the extremities on either side of the field. So it'll be interesting to see how they approach this. Maybe a couple of hit-ups into the centre and then back down the short side.
Laban plays the ball back to Collie. He's on to Field. Inside ball to Hall, running straight and hard. Took 3 Nightcliff Dragons defenders to bring him down. And he gets a great quick play the ball away. And that, the try is for Samika Sala, but put that down to Adam Hall's quick play the ball after a great run. 3 players needed to effect the tackle. He gets the quick play the ball away. You take it one pass to the left. And Samika Sala, who we've said it's great to have him back in the Sharks team tonight. He's just too strong, one-on-one situation, able to get on the inside shoulder there of the Nightcliff Dragons defender and scores the try about 15 metres in from the post.
And a nice pass there. I think it was Field who was a dummy half and shoveled the ball out to the short side, which is what I predicted. Wonderful.
And really, the Dragons invited the Sharks back in there because it was a penalty for inside the 10. And it wasn't a forward struggling to get back who gave away the penalty. It was the players on the outside, you know, the wing, the centre three-quarter. One of those players was ruled off. They really should have been back the 10. But they gave the penalty away and the Sharks were able to go well on the attack 20 metres out, we said. A good settler from Laban. Great run, straight running there from Hall back on the inside. Chris Foy called it spot on. Field out to Sala. And now the Sharks extend their lead 14 points to 6 with a kick to come. Cooper Field is going to take this conversion.
And you're right, the great run there from big Adam Hall.
Can play the ball. Play the ball.
Yeah, but impressed with Laban as well. Laban's had a pretty good first half. He's been solid in defence, but has made some telling runs. He's certainly been one of the brightest of the Sharks in this first half.
Field from 20 metres out, about 15 in from the upright. Over the black dot, touch judges raise the flags. It is now the Sharks 16 leading the Dragons 6. And we are 5 minutes left before halftime, and this is all on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard.
And a little bit reminiscent of the last meeting of these two sides, with Sharks getting out to a good lead at halftime. They were actually a little bit further ahead in the last game.
They were.
But they've established a bit of a lead now, 10 points, and with 5 minutes to go, we'll see how Nightcliff attack these last couple of minutes and whether they can reduce that gap before the halftime break.
Yeah, 4 minutes 30 left on the clock. Great defence there from the Nightcliff Dragons, pushing the Sharks player back 5 metres in the tackle. They're going to try and hold the Sharks down here in their red zone. 2 tackles gone. They bring it grandstand side through Laban again. Oh, here we go. We've got some clean play here. But the ball's gone to ground. It probably floated forward, that pass, and it went to ground into touch.
But some enterprising play again. Laban and Micah Sala involved. 2 names we've been calling
all night
pretty regularly in this first half.
Yeah, there was certainly the opportunity there. Sala yet again able to open up the defence. Walkup will play the ball just inside Sharks territory. Motlop, Westrup, he's back out on the field now. They're going to have to look to him to run wide in 22, I should say, not 12, in 22, Corey Westrup. Shirley appealing for a penalty. Very slow play the balls here. Walkup runs at centre field. 3 in the tackle to bring him down. We saw that previous try on the back of an Adam Hall quick play the ball, and the Sharks now been really effective in defence, slowing these play the balls down for the Nightcliff Dragons. Yeah,
interestingly, we could hear the Sharks defence there saying under when they were seeing that man come back under the ruck.
And Sammy Irwin, he was tripped, but he got back to his feet. They're 5 metres out here, the Nightcliff Dragons. Sorry, Chris Foy, for interrupting you. The Dragons back on the attack through Motlop. This is Corey, looks to go inside. He ends up going outside. And the Dragons, they'll look to bump over, but they won't be able to. Bodies in motion there for the Dragons. They bumped into each other. Shirley, grandstand side. Ball on the toe. The Sharks will come up with the ball. And they'll take it dead in goal. And what's it going to blow here? I thought it was just going to be a goal line dropout. Has something happened, Chris Foy, that I've missed there? Do you get eyes on that?
I think there was a little bit of push and shove with David Tabuai here when the ball went through.
About 2 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Sharks 16, Dragons 6. We are bringing it back under the post for the goal line dropout, so maybe just a caution there. And Field will take the goal line dropout. A decent kick there. He'll bring it up over the 40. Irwin unable to take the ball. That will be a knock-on, surely. Yes, referee rules a knock-on there. Sammy Irwin had to make a lot of metres to get underneath that ball. Just unable to take it out on the left edge there for the Nightcliff Dragons. Puts the ball down. He would have expected himself to take that ball.
Yeah, my comment a minute ago was just about the desperation, I think, of the Sharks side. And we could actually hear the Sharks players calling for the man coming under, so you can tell that they're switched on and they're focused on their task, so that's a good sign for them.
Whilst the scrum packs down, with a chance for around the grounds for McDonald's to run through those Tru-Flow Services Premiership scores. We've had the Sharks 54 defeat the Dragons 10. We've had Brothers 42 defeat the Raiders 0. Now that was in the Benitba Shield. The Benitba Shield, I think that's an initiative from the Palmerston Raiders Football Club. And the Bears 44 defeated South Darwin 8th. Of course, that is in the Women's Premiership, the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. And this is Laban, ball in hand, 30 metres out from the Dragons line. And Adam Hall brings it straight, gets the offload back to Laban, up over the 20. Just over 30 seconds left on the clock. They'll get a chance to get through this set of 6, the Sharks. Dragons probably won't get another use of the football this half. Through Zaro, the fullback, palms off one, tries to palm off two. He's able to palm off the second, gets the offload away. Oh, here goes Sammy Irwin. He's come up with the ball for the Nightcliff Dragons. And I think here you'll see the Nightcliff Dragons halfback and captain and coach. I should say Nightcliff halfback and coach Sammy Irwin. Just when I said that Nightcliff Dragons wouldn't get another opportunity with the ball went to ground. After an offload from the Northern Sharks, Sam Irwin came up with the ball. And it was a decent chase there from the Northern Sharks forward. But Sam Irwin, he had enough toe. And he would have wanted to make up for that drop ball that he made just a few moments ago. And he's able to run the rest of the length of the field, plant the ball down for the Nightcliff Dragons. And on the siren, it will be the Dragons 10, the Sharks 16, the Dragons with a kick to come. So a 6-point ball game, potentially a 4-point ball game as we go into the sheds. Sam Irwin, always aware. The Nightcliff Dragons, they needed that before going into the sheds. The Northern Sharks did look to go out to the right. There was a palm, there was another palm, then there was an offload, but the offload didn't find the mark. The ball went to ground.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Snedden had just come onto the field, put that down, but great work from Irwin. He was on the spot, snapped it up and took off a good 65-metre run.
His legs carried him. And it was a decent chase there from the Sharks forward to try and affect the tackle, or at least try and keep him out wide. As Corrie adds the extras, Chris Foy, what have we got here? We've got some penalties and errors. You want to take us through it?
Yeah, very whistle-strewn first half. So Sharks 7 penalties to Nightcliff 2. And the errors are 6-all.
So up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, it's halftime here at TRL Stadium. It is the Northern Sharks 16 leading the Nightcliff Dragons 12 here in this round 11 clash in the DABSCO Premiership. And we'll be passing back to our WA commentators, Dave and Don. Over to you guys.
Thanks, boys. Great call in the first half. Don, that was very similar to the Field of Gameplay Premiership back down here. Score very late in the half. It came from nothing in the last 30 seconds, and that's really opened the game up. I thought we spoke about at the start of the game, the Sharks, this was their game to lose, essentially. And they've come out. I think they've been the better of the two sides in the first half.
Yeah, well, I think they'll probably head into the sheds a little disappointed that it's only a 4-point margin. I think that the 16-6 scoreline at the break would have been a good reflection on what sort of game we'd had in that opening 40. I think they were the better team. But one against the run of play, Sam Irwin just pouncing on one.
This chase, so we spoke about this. This was a fantastic chase.
Yeah, Jaden Mick. When Cerro Diagonero got the ball, I thought there's no way to catch him.
He's gone. He's gone.
Jaden Mick, a lot quicker than I gave him credit for, ran him down from behind. Really, really good chase.
And I just highlighted, he's picked up here and he's gone the length of the field. It was a fantastic try.
Well, you talk about chases. What about Owen Potter?
Fantastic chase. Yeah.
Owen Potter, he chased all the way. Never looked like catching him.
So close. And I tell you what, he really, you see him dot the ball down there. He had spent everything and some to make sure he get away with that. But I made a point at the time, it was the hit before that. I don't know who it was that laid that hit, that jarred that ball out. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time to pick up the afters and go and run half the length of the field to score that. And really, as you mentioned, probably put the scoreboard in a good place for the Dragons going into the sheds. That probably doesn't reflect where they were in that first 40.
Yeah, I think they had a lot of ball down this end. They controlled things well. I think Chrissy Foy mentioned that they've on the back of a 7-2 penalty count. That'll be something that I think Sammy Irwin will be having a chat to the boys to sort out their discipline in the second 40. If they get some ball, I mean, there's some strike in this Nightcliff side. We saw it last time these two teams came together. It was a good first half from the Sharks, and then Nightcliff ran away with it in the second. So it's far from over, far from done. And but yeah, the Sharks, they've got to put together an 80-minute performance.
They certainly do. So, and again, apart from that, this one blight here inside the last 30 seconds, it was almost in red time. I think it was in red time. That they have been the better side, and
I would say it was Nightcliff in the opening 5 minutes. They got that first try. And then the next 35 minutes was all Sharkies. Was all the Sharks.
And they're going at there's a bit in this as well. You can tell from both sides. I mean, they are trying to hit as hard as they can. They obviously know how important it is. They seem to have turned up today. And again, I reckon that probably was as close to a 35-minute performance from them. They'd be really disappointed with that last late try. Well, I've been told there's some sort of kicking comp. I'm just looking at the monitor now. I can't see any movement. There's no movement on the ground at the moment, but there's apparently supposed to be a kicking comp. A kick for cash, Dom. We were talking about how far we can kick the ball. Kick it from 50, you get $100, but I can't see any movement.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting $100.
No.
I don't know about you, Dave.
No, I could probably headbutt it from 5. I don't really give it for that.
Heard Cam say he'd be happy with $10 from 10 out.
Just can you buy yourself a sherbet with that? Anyway, mentioned it during the women's game. A big thank you and a welcome to the rugby league family in the top end. The Territory Butchers, Neil and team, I believe it is, who have come on board as game day sponsors today. So support those that support our great game. Territory Butchers in the top end. I can tell you what, when I'm up there, I do enjoy a nice steak. So make sure you get along there to Territory Butchers and enjoy their custom. And I'm not, again, no movement on the grass at the moment. No one's out there at the moment for this kicking comp.
Maybe no volunteers. No one brave enough to head out into the middle to have a go. But we've heard Cam a few times go around the grounds and give us all the scores around the top end. But,
what's at the bottom end, yeah?
The West Australian schools, if you were to go and play Premiership, because we called a good game today between South Perth and the Joondalup Giants, with South Perth running away with it 48-20. There was another game we were following. We said we'd bring you the final score, the Fremantle Roosters and the Rockingham Sharks. That one ended up 42-36 in favour of the Roosters over the Sharks. A real high scoring and absolute shootout with the Roosters getting the chocolates in the end, and North Beach and Willagee North Beach will remain in top spot with a 24-10 win over the Bears.
Yeah, the Bears, again, they've been challenged. I think the last time, is North Beach is the only team that the Bears haven't beaten yet. Is that right? Am I correct in it?
I thought the Bears did beat.
Maybe I'm wrong.
North Beach.
I've been wrong on many occasions, Donny.
Yeah,
many occasions.
I don't know. I'd have to go back
and have a
look.
I remember I called that game. I actually think Beach did beat them, but anyway, they're back on top.
32-30 win.
Possibly, it was something ridiculous like that. Yeah. So the Bears have got a bit of work to do. They still fancy themselves to be a finals contender this year, but on the ground now, it looks like our first victim. Out on the grass with his kick for cash.
Do we have touch judges for this?
Oh, you'd want a few. I think we might even have Axe on the sidelines there. He's looking keen. Maybe Axe on the sidelines. I don't know if he can hear us. Maybe he can have a shot. He can have a go. I reckon I'd be more of a chance to pass at 15 to kick it. Just launch it. First kick for cash.
I don't know whether I could punt it from the 50.
No. Not a bad effort. It's gone about 35.
Gone about 30, yeah.
Got it to the 20-metre line.
Well, there wasn't giggles, so I think that's what I'd be afraid of.
It's kind of like the first pitch in baseball in the US. It's like, from what I understand, people train for weeks that just to make sure they don't make a clown of themselves. But now we're going to the 40, so only a few minutes. We might we've been around the grounds. The earlier game, against the. Do we go back to the earlier game on this park? It was.
They did. They went through all the Tru-Flow Services Premiership results.
Just wanted to see the Bears. Well, there you go. Sorry, Bears. Rabbitohs 70-0. So the season somewhat still continues to drag on a little bit for the South Darn Rabbitohs.
Well, I mean, first against last. I mean, that's the kind of result that you would expect, unfortunately, for the Rabbitohs in 2025. And Westpac Women's Premiership results here as well. Last night, the Fremantle Roosters 12-0 over the Joondalup Giants. That was the game that we brought you. The Roosters just doing enough, really, in that game to get the 2 points, and doing more than enough to get the 2 points. The Ellenbrook Rabbitohs over the Kalamunda Bulldogs 72 points to 0. That one also one of those sort of first versus last clashes where that's the scoreline that you almost expect.
Yeah, you could suggest going back down to WA. I'm just looking at the Field to Go Play Premiership ladder now. That's probably set. I have to say that's probably just probably a question mark of whether maybe the top two, whether it be Beach or the Lions, whether the Lions can catch them with a 2-point differential. But you could suggest that top four is probably locked in for the remainder of the year between Beach, Lions, the Bears, and the Roosters.
It certainly looks a bit that way. I think those top two spots almost sealed, and then whether the order of the top two might change, the order of the third and fourth might change, but ultimately neither of those things are going to change too much because one's going to get a qualifying final and one's going to be in an elimination final. It's just going to be who's hosting it, I guess, is the only thing to be decided in the remaining rounds.
I can tell you that looking at the stats for North Beach at the moment, the league leaders and the defending premiers, just 176 points they've let in this year. That's significant. It's about 30-odd points better than their closest rival, which is South Perth. So defence, they're building their premiership defence on defence. So we haven't seen them for a while. Hopefully we catch them next week. But we might. I don't know if the boys are upstairs waiting for us. I don't even know if they can hear us. But we might just take a quick break, give everyone a bit of a rest in what was a pretty good and entertaining 40 minutes of footy, I know, because the general manager told me so. We're going to take a quick break as I push the right button, and we'll be back up the top end for the second half after this. Well done. After a quick break, we're back pretty quickly, and the boys up the top end, they're ready to rock and roll. Chris Foy, Cam and Axe on the sideline. We've got him back. Big Axe, it's great to have you back, boys. We're looking forward to a really cracking second half. I thought the first 40 was pretty good.
It's great to be back here. The first 40 was very entertaining, and it's great to be back here for the second half in this round 11 clash here at TRL Stadium between the Northern Sharks and the Nightcliff Dragons. The Sharks leading 16 points to 12 here on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. As the Dragons will get first use of the football through Loco up over the 20-metre line. And Latua follows up with the next ruck. Well, that's a nice positive start there from the Nightcliff Dragons. Loco to Latua, and now they get the penalty. And the Nightcliff Dragons will get an opportunity to kick for touch. Early here in the second half, the ball has not found touch. And Zaro gets to bring it back for the Northern Sharks. Well, Nightcliff giving up a great opportunity there early in the second half. And Zaro will play the ball back just shy of the 40-metre line, centre field. Latour effects quite a heavy tackle there. 16-12 here on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard at half-time. Of course, the Dragons scoring just before the break to narrow the margin to 4 points. And let's see what both teams bring out on the field after their half-time addresses from their coaches. Of course, the Dragons come into this game in 4th place, entrenched in the top 4. The Sharks 2 wins out of the top 4. They need to win this game tonight if they are to feature in the DABSCO Premiership final series. And they'll put the ball up here through their 5/8 colling. It'll be taken from Verontos, who did hit the ground first and then was affected in a solid tackle. So great timing there from the Northern Sharks defenders. But Verontos is good under a ball, good under a high ball. At half-time here at TRL Stadium, we did have a promotion here. It was a chance to kick from the halfway for $100. If you're unsuccessful, you're able to promote the ball up to the 40-metre line, and the cash goes down to 40. And I'll hand over to our sideline commentator, Axel, who has got our participant. And he did pick up some cash, but I'll let them take us through it.
Yeah, good evening, and thanks Cam Kyle with me. Something new that we tried here, but of course a great way to have some entertainment. Bit of a decent kick out there tonight.
Yeah, I'm just glad it went straight, to be quite honest. So, yeah, good promotion. Hopefully everyone gets around it.
Any thoughts on if you recommend anyone to do it again? Any pre-warm-up tips?
Learn how to set the tee up.
You had an interesting style putting the ball flat. The crowd seemed to be giving you some advice as you lined up those kicks.
We got definitely some advice from the benches, but look, we'll work on that and we'll bring it back next, possibly next round.
I definitely got some advice out there.
Well, thanks for being part of the halftime entertainment here at NRL NT's coverage of our clash here tonight.
Thank you very much. Thanks for putting it on.
No worries.
Thanks, Axel. Yeah, fantastic promotion here at TRL Stadium at halftime. The Sharks have the ball. Some entertaining scenes there during that. The Sharks player, I believe it was Falau Maloa. As Sala's able to plant the ball down, the referee's ruled a forward pass though. Sala had an opportunity there, but the pass inside has been ruled forward.
Yeah, an error by the Nightcliff side, bringing the ball out on about their 35, and from the resultant scrum, we saw the Sharks attack down the right-hand side of the field, and Sala thought he was away. Unfortunately, called back by the officials.
Yeah, Paul DeVere, our match official for this evening. On the sidelines, we've got Jason Woodman and Henry Street doing a great job, as always, in the DABSCO Premiership. Dragons ball. Corey brings it out. Dragons appeal for a penalty. They will be awarded one. Just a little bit too high in that tackle there. And the Dragons this time, they will look to find touch. Paul DeVere separating the players there.
Yeah, there wasn't much in that. A little bit heated. They obviously had a chance to think about what they want to achieve in the second half during the halftime break. The coaches have a chance to talk to the whole side, including the reserves, and work out how they're going to prosecute their play. And we see Sharks have been a little loose at the start of this second half, but Nightcliff the beneficiaries of 2 penalties, and see if they can take advantage of that now.
Well, of course, that first penalty, they failed to find touch and the Sharks went straight on the attack, but Corey found touch there, and the Dragons will get to take the tap. This will be Walkup. He'll bring it towards the 40. He only knows one way when he runs it, Sean.
Yeah, hard man to stop. He's a big boy. and moves at pace, but good defence there by Hall.
And great hands as well, Sean Walker. Like he can throw a pass as well. Just shy of the halfway, the Nightcliff Dragons. Shirley is at acting half. They'll look to go for a wide pass here, they do, through Corrie. He takes it through Motlop. Motlop will get it back to Corrie. Room to move now, the Dragons. Draw and pass. Latua. Latua will be brought down in. He gets to his feet. Referee will say, go back and play the ball. Back on the 35 metre. That tackle was affected, Latua.
Yeah, I noticed that Sam Irwin hasn't come back on for the start of the second half, Cam.
Corrie, his first receiver at the moment, Brenton Motlop playing outside him. Shirley through Corrie. This is Motlop, just as Chris said. Motlop looks to get an offload. He does just before the referee called held. He gets it to Shirley, and Shirley's able to steal another 7 metres for the Nightcliff Dragons. 16 points to 12 up on the Chemist Ware scoreboard. The Dragons with the ball. Motlop brings it out through Tabawai. Intercept there from the Sharks, and Potter, he's able to make a few more metres there. I think it surprised him that he came up with the ball. Solid tackle there. Jerome Motlop and his brother Brenton. 45 metres out from the line. Collie. Falau Malaya. He's another big player out on the field. He's centre field. Hall gets an offload, slips a pass. Nice pass there to Field. Referee's found an error in there. He's ruled it a knock on there, Chris Foy. Little bobble.
Yeah, he lost it in the tackle. Another interesting positional change for Sharks. We see Sala out on the right-hand side this half, where he was on the left-hand side during the first half. I don't know whether that's to try and... They've seen a weakness in the Nightcliff defence, which they want to exploit, but...
Well, it looks like... Is that Shawnee Walker who's playing centres at the moment for the Nightcliff Dragons out there? He's been called into the scrum now.
Like every good front rower, thinks he's a centre.
From the scrum base, the Dragons. They go straight to the kick. A set play there. Varontos coming through. Zaro, he got a difficult bounce, but he did very well to clean that up. Varontos will affect the tackle. Well, a set play there from the Nightcliff Dragons, electing to kick and turn the Sharks around. Zaro read it well. A difficult bounce, he came up with it. So it worked to get field position, but they didn't end up with the ball, Nightcliff Dragons. So the Sharks have got the ball back in the hands. Are you surprised by that play, Chris?
Not really. It's been pretty successful for Nightcliff over the last few weeks, and we see Vrontos has actually gone back, has exchanged with Dinaneri. So Vrontos at fullback at the moment, and he just came charging through the centre of the ruck there, and Tabuai kicked it for him, and which has been working very well for them over the last few weeks. But Zare did a great job there with the bounce and then a bat back to himself.
Well, it bounced higher than expected, so he did very well to end up with the ball, because it very easily could have ended up in the hands of the Nightcliff Dragons. Now there's a scrum to pack now. Tabawai has the ball in hand. He'll feed the scrum for the Dragons. So 16-12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. The Dragons with a full set of 6 through Walkup. Bounces off one. Drives another 5 metres before he's pulled down. Centre field. Shirley runs from acting half. Wrestled to the tackle there by Blanche Sneddon out on the field. 2 tackles gone now. Motlop. Latua wrestles off one, gets an offload away to Shirley. Shirley unable to promote the ball any further. They've got a big line here on the left, a big back line. Tabawai takes the player on, 2 metres out now. Still got one more tackle in hand. Jerome Motlop to Corrie. puts it on the toe. That will go dead in goal. Just a little bit too much on that ball.
No, it's been touched.
Touched by Northern Sharks. So a goal line dropout. A repeat set of 6 here for the Nightcliff Dragons. They'll look to build some pressure here. They're down by 4 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, 16 points to 12. Our game day partners are Territory Butchers, and we go around the grounds when we run through the scores, all for McDonald's.
Bit unfortunate there for Sharks. The player was trying to shepherd it over and it just bounced back into him. Good result for Nightcliff.
Jerome Motlop with the ball. Bounces off the first, can't get past the second. 30 metres out. Dragons. Through Vula. In the headgear. Jersey 15. Shirley. Out to Motlop at first receiver. Brenton, that is, the captain. Shirley coming around the back to take an offload, but Motlop electing to hold on to the ball. Gets a reasonably quick play the ball away. And that's an intercept there by the Northern Sharks. I think the halfback Cooperfield, he will run the distance. Verontos giving chase. He is quick, Verontos, but I reckon Cooperfield's got enough. Yes, he does. And he dives over the try line. The halfback for the Northern Sharks, Cooperfield, who took the intercept. Well, a halfback intercept-a-thon here at TRL Stadium. We've seen a try for Sam Irwin, now we've seen a try for Cooperfield. Stylanis Verontos giving chase for the Nightcliff Dragons. He did close the margin, but Cooperfield, his legs, they carried him all the way underneath the posts. And now it's the Sharks 20, the Dragons 12 with a kick to come.
Yeah, I think Field might have had more worries with Verontos chasing him than Irwin did with Williamson. But he managed to bit of a swerve there, about 10 metres, 15 metres out, and kept Verontos at bay and under the pace. So that's, you would expect them to push the lead back out to
a 10-point margin,
10 points.
Yeah.
Mick's been kicking pretty well today.
Yeah, Fields had a shot at goal as well, hasn't he? But after running, probably say 70 metres there, he probably wants to catch his breath rather than line up this kick. So Jaden Mick there for the Northern Sharks. He'll take this conversion right in front. Of course, we had our halftime promotion. Our representative from the South Darwin Rabbitohs picked himself up $20, slotting the ball centre field from the 20-metre line.
Very fortunate, I think, after we saw his first 3 kicks. But he did it in good spirit and managed to take himself home a lobster.
Conversion is successful, so it is the Northern Sharks 22 lead the Nightcliff Dragons 12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Axel, you're down on the sidelines. Can you hear us? Have we got the connection working now for you?
Cam, to clear through the piece, and beautiful conditions down here. It's over 25 degrees and certainly great conditions for kicking, as we saw. Bit of conversion there. That ball has gone out into the car park, but they will retrieve that, no doubt. But yeah, look, certainly a great atmosphere starting to build down here on the sidelines at NRLNT.
Yeah, round 11, of course. We're in the run into the finals, so there's a lot at stake in this game tonight. Great kick-off there by the Nightcliff Dragons. It was taken by the 5/8 and Colling, I should say, for the Northern Sharks, and the Sharks will look to bring it back out from their own line. 22 points to 12 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Dragons pushing the Sharks player back in the tackle. Motlop was effective there. The Sharks 20 metres out. Paul DeVere signals 4. I'll go the short side here. The Sharks. Sala. Good run. He's been a handful all night for the Dragons. And the Sharks, they put the ball through the hands, and it's a draw and pass situation, draw and pass. And now Jaden Mick down the left-hand sideline. He gets the ball back in, and the referee is going to rule that one forward. Chris Foy not happy there.
Great enterprising play, and unfortunate that last pass.
just putting the ball through their hands and just simply promote the ball a few metres, draw and pass to the player outside, draw and pass, draw and pass, draw and pass, and then Jade and Mick on the outside with no one in front of him.
Vrontos did a great job there.
Difficult situation to where do you go?
2 on 1.
2 on 1, and he made the right decision there, forced the pass, and the pass floated forward.
Forced the error. Great work by Vrontos.
And as Chris Foy mentioned earlier, Vrontos was playing on the wing but has moved into the fullback position in place of Giganeri. Dragons, they'll pack the scrum. They won't kick from this time. They'll just settle the ball there through Sean Walkup. Good run by Shawnee Walkup, straight and hard, always a handful, makes 20 metres there. Standing at first receiver, the front rower off the scrum. Shirley, they'll bring it to the grandstand side. There is another penalty that's been blown by Paul De Vere. Inside the 10. Dragons look to get a quick kick away here. They want to keep the pressure on the Northern Sharks here. They're behind by 10 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. There's a little over 20 minutes left on the clock. So the Dragons need to get right on to scoring some points here if they are to do what they did a few rounds ago and mount a comeback here. Tabawai taps the ball. Vula in the headgear, takes it forward, brought down by 3 Sharks defenders. Shirley to Loco. Great defence there, strong defence from the Sharks. Loco unable to hold the ball there in the play. The ball, it's come out the back. The referee rules the error. Chris Foy puts another error note down on the stat sheet, and the Sharks will get the loose head and feed. 22 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It's 22 points to 12 Sharks over the Dragons.
Yeah, Sharks really digging deep here to try and hold Nightcliff at bay. They'll have memories of the last time they played and a strong finish by the Nightcliff side. I see Sam Irwin's back on the field now. Standing to the left of the scrum. Adrian Corrie at halfback.
And the Sharks, they bring it to the grandstand side. He had players on the inside and the outside of him, but elected to take the tackle. That was Sala. Zara with the ball. Now, the Nightcliff Dragons player attempted to strip that out. It was a one-on-one tackle situation. The ball has gone back towards the Dragons' try line. So no knock on there. So the Dragons have come up with it. And now 40 metres out. Irwin will play the ball to Shirley. Motlop stands in the tackle, look to get the offload away, decides to take the tackle. So fortuitous there for the Nightcliff Dragons, a decent effort there from the Dragons to get the strip. As the kick goes through, well, Nightcliff have come up with the ball, they've pushed it out to the wing and he's dived over.
Knock on.
He's claimed the try, Paul De Vere says no, knock on. The players really didn't go up. Motlop just coming in to clarify something there.
Yeah, good cover there from Zaro. Just put himself into the frame. If he hadn't let Nightcliff unimpeded access to that, there's a good chance they would have scored and narrowed that 10-point.
Yeah, so the Dragons electing to sort of push the ball to the right and put the ball on the toe. Coming through, and then they came up with the ball. Let's wait for Latour to come in to pack this scrum.
And we've seen that a couple of times tonight. Boys, you see them tries and then the referee has other things to say about it, so it's interesting to see how many more of those we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, spot on axe there. There have been good use of kicks from both teams to turn the defensive lines around as the Sharks will bring it away. Is that Laban? He was great in the first half. The Sharks through Potter. I'll take it down the far side. There's Laban in jersey 11 over on the far side of the field now. Looking to get through a ton of work in the second half, just like he did in the first half. Sharks get the kick away. He'll bounce on the 30. It's an awkward bounce for the Dragons. They come up with the Dragons, but bundled into touch. And that's a great defensive effort there. It was an awkward bounce there for the Nightcliff Dragons winger.
I think we've got a penalty.
It was high. It looked a little bit awkward in the tackle there. It was Harding who affected the tackle. It was awkward. But was it high?
The referees were closer than we were, Ken.
Absolutely.
Well, Paul De Beer was saying it was high. He was just telling the boys just to make sure you remember to keep it down in an appropriate level of tackling.
Always a danger when there's a kick and you let it bounce because, you know, we just saw such an awkward bounce there for the Nightcliff Dragons. And the Sharks nearly came up with it. Axel, actually, you were Johnny on the spot there. The play happened right in front of you as the Dragons now 40 metres out. Latua, big run. He got a big wind up. He broke through the first line, unable to keep his feet. Gets a pass, a quick play the ball away. Shirley scooted, but Paul De Vere has pulled it up there. He's ruled a knock on, I believe.
Yes.
Chris Foy very active with the stat sheet. Every game we call. Keeps a close eye on the penalties and the errors. This game, of course, started with a decent 10 minutes with no errors. But there's a few more that have crept into the game now.
A little bit of fatigue with a bit over 17 minutes to go.
And the Sharks, they'll take it one off from the scrum feed. They're 30 metres out. Shirley, who packed in at lock forward there at the scrum, he affects the tackle with Collie. Not with Collie.
Oh, Mick, a little run and tagged high.
Yeah, Corey, I should say before. A penalty there to the Northern Sharks. A few little breakdowns in play here at the moment.
Nothing intentional. Mick was just beat him with his step off the right foot and Corey threw his hand out. No major damage.
17 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. It's 22 points to 12. The Sharks lead the Dragons 4-5. Third time these teams have met this season. The Dragons won those first two games, but the Sharks have got their noses in front here as they kick for the sideline. They'll find touch. They'll take the tap just over the halfway. And who will they look to bring this ball forward for this tap restart?
Laban would be my bet.
He looks to be lining up there. Here he is. It comes to Laban. Chris Foy spot on. Met by some solid Dragons defence there. Picked up, driven back and tackled on the halfway field. Falau Malawi. Straight run. A wider pass there from field. Colling. Zaro takes the tackle there. They haven't gone any metres, Chris, so far in this set of six.
Some fast-moving defence from the Nightcliff side there's closing down the Sharks' opportunities.
They tap the ball just after the halfway and Hall will be tackled just over the 40-metre line. So a great set of defence for the Nightcliff Dragons. There's some really strong defence able to contain the Northern Sharks. Only to a 10-metre gain there. Field court on the last ball. He is able to get the kick away. And then the Dragons... Well, the Sharks have come away with the ball there, but it's going to be called back here.
10 metres.
Inside the 10.
Yeah, the Sharks are offside, which is very fortunate there for Nightcliff. They didn't receive that ball at all well, and it had bounced up and gone into the Sharks' hands, who looked like they were off to score again, but referee De Vere.
Did that not find touch? Is that the second time that's happened tonight for the Nightcliff Dragons? The Sharks
Correct.
Bringing it back from the penalty kick that has not found touch. Twice that's happened, Chris Foy, tonight from the Nightcliff Dragons, just electing to try and push it for a few extra metres. It was a long kick, didn't find touch. The Dragons, they're 10 points down, and the time pressure is starting to build on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. As Colling with the ball centre field for the Sharks. Falau, he's been good since he's been on the field. He works hard, used in short stints. Falau runs straight, runs hard, field with the ball, dancing around.
Had Hall on his inside there, but didn't use him.
Yeah, big Adam Hall, he's done plenty of work also tonight for the Northern Sharks. Now, he is onside there, but the Dragons are able to come away with it. And just a few errors the Dragons have made tonight that have put themselves under a little bit of undue pressure. Kicks not finding touch. So now they need to bring it out from inside their 20. 13 left on the clock and some solid Sharks defence. Of course, probably not a must-win game for the Dragons tonight. It is a must-win game for the Sharks, but the Dragons will be looking to build a platform in these last few rounds of the DABSCO Premiership. Latua looks to be coming off and Loco looks to come back on for the Dragons. Motlop with the ball. Runs to Colling. Colling and Hall make the tackle. Corey gets a nice kick away there. It will bounce and will go inside the 20, but it won't find touch. And now Zaro will get to do a kick return and bring it back up over the 40-metre line, dancing around, still not taking Zaro. Zaro will get the ball away here. It goes out to Manandroga. Manandroga with Jerome Motlop it is. He's able to palm him off and maintain Droga. He was able to palm off Jerome Motlop and he's got himself over the try line and is able to plant the ball down. And that all came from a beautiful kick return. Now, Zaro didn't take the ball, but he got the ball in an offload, but he was able to weave that run through and then link up with his centre three-quarter, Villamoni, maintainer Droga, who had a great run down the left-hand touch field for the Northern Sharks. Jerome Motlop in a great chase there. But he was palmed off and maintainer Droga, Villamoni, goes over and scores a try for the Northern Sharks, Chris Foy.
Yeah, he had a bit of work to do there. He managed to get through Motlop, but then had Rontos to make his way through right on the try line and managed to do that. Although it looked a little untidy. But this is really crucial now for the Dragons. If they're going to be serious contenders come finals, they really need to establish themselves and try and win this game. I would have probably expected them to win this game based on the last few weeks, but Sharks have really turned up tonight. Laban, Zaro, Field, Hall, Micah Sala. They've had a good spread of players who are really contributing to this side tonight, and Nightcliff really haven't been able to match it with them so far. And I think Coach Irwin would be a little perplexed.
Of course, coming into this game, the gap between the Dragons and the Sharks was 4 points, 2 wins. It's not over yet, but if the Sharks go on and win this game, the margin between 4 and 5 is 1 win. Next week, the Dragons do have the Raiders and the Sharks have the Bears, so both teams coming up against one of the big 3 teams.
Yeah, well, they both have a game against Souths in the final round, which you'd expect them both to win. So that's 2 points, and then it really means that both of these sides will need to knock off one or two of the sides above them, Brothers or Palmerston or Litchfield Bears. So I think Coach Irwin will be very disappointed in where things are at the moment. He would have been hoping to put 6 points gap between his side and the Northern Sharks.
Successful conversion there for the Northern Sharks. Axel down on the sidelines.
Yeah, look, plenty to talk about down here, lads, as we edge the end of this game. But you can really see that the Northern Sharks, they've switched it on in this round, and they know how much this game is, the importance of winning this game. You can see the score starting to open up now, and the Dragons are going to have to really turn it on in the next few minutes and really try and find that try line. As they kick off, the Northern Sharks have certainly showcasing their talent tonight.
So a 16-point margin up there on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard, 28 points to 12. So the the Dragons would need to score 3 times in the last 10 minutes if they are a chance to come back here. So that time pressure is really built, and the Dragons are going to be just about out of time here. But the Sharks, with the ball, centre field, looking to bring it out of their own half.
Big tackle there from Motlop and Loco. Really trying to force a mistake out of the Sharks side.
As the Sharks bring it grandstand side. 30 metres out. They'll play the ball back. Oh, here we go. This is late. Williamson, I should say. He busts through the tackle. A clean line break, a good run, and a great tackle there by Verontos, 30 metres out. But Williamson able to have a clean line break and run 20 or 30, probably 30 metres there, Chris Foy. And the Sharks, in this set of 6 after scoring a try, have been able to get some great field position. They're going to play the ball on the 20-metre line, 20 metres out from the Dragons' try line, which means everything that the coach would have wanted them to do after scoring a try. Having a good set of 6, getting field position, getting a kick away, they've been able to achieve. The Dragons have come up with it. They are 20 metres out. As the time ticks below the 10-minute mark.
Certainly got a spring in their step, the Sharks.
As Shirley runs from acting half. Well, we're seeing some of the football tonight from the Northern Sharks that we know that they're capable of playing. You know, they've been a team that's featured in the final series so often in the last few seasons. As the Dragons run away down the right-hand side of the field, it brings it back inside. It will come to Corrie. They've been able to take the ball about 80 metres. They're inside the 10. They'll play the ball. Corrie was tackled there from acting half. The Dragons will run, and they're able to score a try there. It looks like about 8.5 minutes left on the clock. The Dragons have scored. Is there enough, Chris Foy? Enough time for the Dragons to come back?
There certainly is if they play in that vein. That was a wonderful break and support down the far touch line by Tabuai, well supported, and ended up with 80-boy Corrie, who almost made it to the try line himself, but then a little sneaky dart from Dinaneri puts them over and reduces that deficit by 4 points. Kick to come. But yeah, I don't think it's over yet, Cam.
Sorry, boys, if we can just jump in and add there, just the communication certainly did pick up in that last set from the Dragons, just the way they were communicating from the centre out to the west, and it really showed the results in that try.
Yeah, they've definitely lifted. They know it's now or never. As Corrie looks to add the extras, flags go up. So it'll be 28 points to 18. The margin is now down to 10 points on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Our game day sponsors, of course, are Territory Butchers, and we go around the grounds for McDonald's when we run through those scores. So a 10-point margin. The Dragons still need to score twice, but there is, I think that says 6.5 minutes left on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. 6 minutes, 2 tries. It can be done, especially if there's a clean line break. Sharks very slow to bring it back to the halfway here.
Bit of gamesmanship, but yeah, it was very good support there in that last movement from the Nightcliff outside backs, and that's what they'll need to do again now. And we've got a ball, no ball.
Oh, they forgot to bring the ball back to the halfway. What would you do, Chris Foy, if you were officiating this game? They found another ball.
Yeah, trainer Paul Carroll was going to run all the way back to get it, but...
Sharks kick off. down to the Dragons. They bounce, and it bounces into, well, exactly what the Dragons didn't need has happened. You need to take the ball on the full. Allowing the ball to bounce off a kickoff near to the sideline, and it trickles into touch. The Sharks will come up with the ball, and just as we were talking the Dragons up that there was still enough time, it's going to be a Sharks ball. It's going to be inside the red zone, inside the 20-metre line, and that's not what Sam Irwin would have been wanting from his Nightcliff Dragons.
No, and they've made double the amount of errors this half than the Sharks side, and it's obviously reflected in the scoreboard.
Take the ball on the full. It's a golden rule, isn't it? Sharks pack the scrum. It comes out. That's Potter in those pink boots, runs it forward. Centre field. They'll have a full set in the red zone. 2 tackles gone now. Prepared to really soak up the time here, the Northern Sharks. This is Laban. He's not prepared to soak up the time. He's prepared to score another try. Thomas Laban, well, he's been one of the Sharks' best all night in attack and defence. And he picks himself up a try just through brute strength and sheer effort. He's running slightly wider than the ruck, and he's able to force his way over and get the try and wrap up this game for the Northern Sharks. 32 points to 18 with a kick to come.
And a direct result of the error from the kickoff. Yeah, the ball went out, Sharks get a scrum, and straight off the scrum, 2 plays and they're in. It's a bit of a reflection of where Nightcliff have been tonight. Unfortunately, they're just not switched on. And unfortunately, this is the result of that, and Sharks are very happy, I would suggest, and would be all at training this week and ready to go. I'm not sure who they have next week. Did you know who that was, Cam? But
yeah, absolutely.
Litchfield, was it Litchfield?
Yeah, we've got the Sharks up against the Litchfield Bears, and we've got the Palmerston Raiders up against the Nightcliff Dragons, which means Brothers, they'll be taking on South. So both of these teams will be coming up against the big three, and Chris Foy, you're spot on. An error that the Dragons made led to that try. And I'm a bit nervous about making this comment standing so close to you, Chris Foy, but it reminds me of Wednesday night's game where Queensland played mistake-free football and that led to tries. Axe, you're down on the sideline. What do you have for us?
Look, I really feel like the Dragons are going to have to throw everything at it for the closing 3.5 minutes of this game, whether it be back or not. The young Shark is about to do his conversion, and we look at that as it goes through. So that's been waved off. It's not going to Sharks too much in the closing minutes of this game, but it's pretty much now or never for the Dragons.
Yeah, 32 points to 18 on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Actually put the mockers on him. He said it's going to go through, and then it hits the post. Commentators curse there. But what it does do, it does keep the Sharks season alive in the DABSCO Premiership, and it means that 5 teams still can make the finals out of the 6. And that kick's going to find touch, so we see a restart from the Dragons, and it's going to find touch. They're going to come up with the ball here, the Dragons. They had no chance there, the Northern Sharks, to take that ball on the full, so it's not the same situation as the previous decision not to catch the football. It was just a fortuitous bounce for the Dragons that they'll come up with the ball. And the way they've binded that scrum, Chris Foy, they still believe there's time on the board to pick up some tries here. Probably not enough to get the game, but it's good positive football from the Dragons in the back end of the second half here. That they bound that scrum really, really quickly. As Taboy puts it out to Verontos, Sharks player comes up and touches the ball. It went to ground. It will be 6 again. So the Dragons, they're not going to just roll through to full time. They are going to keep pressing the line here, and that's exactly what Sam Irwin would want. He'll be looking for more consistency and less errors for next round, but he will want his team to play the full 80 minutes. This is Irwin, out to Jerome Motlop. Stands in the tackle. 2 tackles, 2 players will wrestle him to the ground. Irwin will go into acting half. They'll bring it back through Motlop. This is Loco. 2 minutes left on the clock now, up on the Chemist Warehouse scoreboard. Shirley at acting half. He runs, show and go, show and go. He looks for an offload. He does get the offload away. It goes to Corrie. Corrie sees the opportunity out wide. He gets the ball out wide. It looked like Tabawai may have dived over, but I don't think he had ball in hand, did he?
He dropped that.
Yeah.
Couldn't control the pass. Unfortunate, because Corrie had manufactured an overlap there, and they should have scored. And they want to finish off strong, because they've got to play Palmerston next week, and they don't want to be going in downhearted.
So these two teams tonight that we're seeing play, the brand of football that they're putting out on the field, can they match it with the big three over the last few rounds? Can one of them snatch a victory against the Raiders, against the Bears, or against Brothers? Because that's going to be the task that the Sharks are going to have to achieve to make it into the finals. The Dragons, without beating one of the big three, will probably still make the finals if the Sharks don't beat a big three. But they'd want to go into the finals knowing that they've knocked off one of those teams before finals football.
Oh, look, there's certainly an opportunity if they can play to their best and have their best side on the field. We're not seeing much of that at the moment. A bit of a push and shove here in the middle of the field, but I mean, based on tonight, Sharks have played much better than Nightcliff. But for the majority of the year, it's been the other way around. So you would expect that the Litchfield, Brothers and Palmerston are the teams to beat in the race at the moment. But as you said earlier, Sharks have been a perennial finalist and won a number of premierships in the last 5 years. You just can't rule them out if they can get everyone fit and click on the night.
So Dragons with one more opportunity to try and put some points on the board. Corrie from the scrum feed kicks the ball through, but it's cleaned up pretty nicely there by the Northern Sharks. Axel, full-time's not too far away. I'm sure you'll try and get a sideline interview with us at full-time. Jade and Mick, some pretty handy work there in the in-goal area to diffuse that kick that came through from Corrie.
Yeah, Cam, looks like I put the request out for young Cooper Field, the halfback in the number 7 jersey. He's been quite impressed tonight. He's quite sore, but I am going to try and grab a few words with him in closing when we wrap up the game in just under 28 seconds in the term now.
Speaking of Cooper Field, he does the goal line dropout. It goes to his opposite number in Sam Irwin for the Nightcliff Dragons. Has the ball about 12 metres out. There's about 18 seconds left on the clock, so probably enough time for 2 or 3 plays the ball, uses of the football. Dragons are doing nothing with it there. It pops out there. Referee's going to rule a penalty. He's going to rule it stripped, I believe. Just going to waste more time there. Irwin takes a quick tap of the ball through Motlop. Siren goes in the background. The ball goes to ground. It is play on. It is out to Tabawai. There is an overlap situation here, but Jaden Mick, he's able to tap the ball. Chris Foy's ruled it a forward pass as well up here from the for the balcony. And at full time, it is the Northern Sharks 32 defeating the Nightcliff Dragons 18 here in this round 11 DABSCO Premiership game. And the Northern Sharks did what they needed to do tonight to keep their season alive. They're still in 5th position, but there is still an opportunity for them to make the DABSCO Premiership finals if they can snatch a few other wins before the end of the season. As we said, round 11 of a 15-round competition. As we run through the scores on for around the grounds for McDonald's. In the Tru-Flow Services Premiership this weekend, we've seen the Sharks 54 defeat the Nightcliff Dragons 10, Brothers 42 over the Palmerston Raiders 0, and that was in the Batiba Shield, and the Litchfield Bears 44 defeated South Darwin 8 points. That was in the Tru-Flow Services Premiership. Well, over here in the DABSCO Premiership, we've seen Brothers on a Friday night football 28 defeat the Palmerston Raiders 6. The Litchfield Bears 70 points, big winners over the South Darwin Rabbitohs 0. And here tonight, in front of a pretty healthy crowd here at TRL Stadium, we have seen the Northern Sharks 32 defeat the Nightcliff Dragons 18. Axel will look to pick us up a post-game interview, potentially with the halfback for the Northern Sharks, Cooper Field here. And Chris, We've spoken about it a few times, but is it the difference between the mistake rate and capitalising the opportunities? Has that been the main difference between the two teams tonight?
Yeah, it certainly has, Cam. The second half by Nightcliff was littered with errors. Even though they had more penalties awarded to them, they weren't able to overcome the errors they were making, and at the end of the day, that's the difference. They had 14 errors to 10 for the Sharks. Penalties ended up fairly even, 6 to 8.
Well, we'll do our 3-2-1s before Axel lines up this interview. For me, Thomas Laban, jersey number 11 for the Northern Sharks, he takes my 3 points tonight. A great effort from him. My 2 points went to Samika Sala out there in the centres for the Northern Sharks. I'm just so happy to see him back on the field this season because he was so impressive in those early rounds playing 5'8". But really, when the ball came to him, he created opportunities for the Northern Sharks. And Jaden Mick, I thought he was pretty handy there on the wing, cleaning up a number of balls, very creative and did his job in attack. So he gets my 1 point tonight. Chris, where are you going to give your 3, 2 and 1?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Laban. Sterling performance in attack and defence. Sala, again, was fairly impressive, but I like Bailey Zaro probably for 2, and 1 point to Vrontos from Nightcliff.
Yeah, he did have a good game, didn't he? Started on the wing and moved to fullback. Axe, down to you. Your 3-2-1s from the sideline.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. Just going through the list here, I really think that Cooper Field, he was a standout tonight on field. Just looking through what I've got here on the notes, Adam Hall, the number 8 prop for the Sharks, he was fantastic as well. But also Sam Irwin, he plays well for the Dragons. Every time he comes out and makes an appearance, he plays extremely well. So there's a few player notes I've got there for the votes. I don't have the full vote count for you tonight, unfortunately, from the sideline. But look, there's certainly some really standout players here tonight in general.
There we go. Grab a player for us there, Axe. The boys seem to be dobbing someone in for, it looks like you're going to have Cooper Field joining you there, the Northern Sharks halfback, and number 7 over to you, Axel, for the sideline interview.
Cooper Field with me after a blockbuster of a game here tonight. First question, how are the legs?
Sore. After that one try, I couldn't run another 10 metres after that. So, but lasted the full 80 minutes, which was a good effort. So I'm proud of the effort that not just me but the whole team put in for the whole 80 minutes.
You were running pretty hard for that trial line. Did you at all know what was behind you in the sense of them players? Did you anticipate getting absolutely pulverised into the ground, or were you just going to run your hardest and try and throw it onto the try line?
I did. I felt that presence straight up from the 30 metres. As soon as I crossed that 30 metre, I just felt just like that ground just rubbling after me, and I was just like, I just have to get to this try line. So straight after that, I was pretty much just running for my life at that point. So yeah.
Would have been a bit of a hard charge. It looked good from where we were, but overall it was a good game from the Northern Sharks from your point. Where do you think that you've really stood out tonight as a squad, as a team, to come together as Sharks to get the results? Where do you see that has come tonight?
I think the main thing that we did was just our effort, really. These past few weeks hasn't really been our game. But we've all switched our heads on, and it's time to play Sharks footy, and especially after the last year making the grand final and everything, and it's coming to the end of the season at the moment. I think it's that time where we need to switch our heads on, and it's coming together as a club, bringing that culture back in,
Axe,
and, coming out onto that field and just putting in effort, discipline, and just that teamwork really, and coming together.
Axe, can you ask Cooper, have they spoken about it as a squad that the Sharks can still make the finals? A win here tonight, it was a must-win game. Did they talk about that this was a must-win game before they came into the game? And have they mapped out a pathway for them to catch the Dragons and make the top 4?
He's nervous now because he knows it's coming to the earpiece. He doesn't know the question. Cooper, this is a Cam upstairs was just asking. It's a must-win game for tonight. It was crucial that the Sharks put it where we did. We saw the results. Did you think about that going into the game with the coaching staff and the training prep, coming on the approach to the finals, being a must-win game? Did that play into today's game plan?
Yeah, Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we always get the boys at least 2 hours before our game to, you know, keep their heads in the game, and especially an hour before that game, you know, it's, you know, enough mucking around. You know, we need to think straight. We need to think footy, especially. So, you know, once that hour hits, and, you know, 10 minutes before our game, or especially when we start hitting that warm up, you know, it's, you know, let's get ready. And, you know, I know that this was a must win to make finals, especially. So I think the boys were even more pumped up. You know, we're not done yet, especially. You know, we still want to play finals footy. We still want to be playing that, you know, that top grade. And, you know, I think the boys really did the job tonight.
And going into the training, we're going to stick to a hard training week this week. We're going into next week's fixture around 12. Is there anything that we are going to change, or anything we can take away that we weren't happy with tonight?
Nothing. You know, the boys put out a strong effort. You know, we really saw the heart in the full 80 minutes tonight. So, you know, not just from this week, not from next week's, but, you know, the next weeks till, you know, finals footy. You know, we're going to be, you know, we're going to be ready. I feel like, you know, when we train, you know, all the boys are going to be starting to come together now, which is all about, and, you know, especially for the culture, for the team as well. You know, we just got to keep that up, because I feel like that's the most important part of Sharkies at the moment, is just that culture. So once we keep that up, you know, we're going to be all sweet.
No worries, Cooper. I'll let you keep going. I'll let you go and join the squad. But thanks for tonight.
Thank you.
And look, we'll see you in round 12 on your appearance. I'll go and let you enjoy the evening celebrations. Boys, back up to you.
Yeah, thanks, Axe. Great interview down there on the sideline with the Northern Sharks halfback, number 7, Cooper Field. A great performance from him tonight in the halfback role. He tried hard. He was so creative. He got an intercept. He ran, as he said, 65 metres to score that try. He did a great job. Look, to wrap things up here at TRL Stadium in the DABSCO Premiership, this weekend we've seen the Brothers 28 defeat the Palmerston Raiders 6, the Bears 70 defeat Souths 0, and the Northern Sharks tonight grab a 32 points to 18 win over the Nightcliff Dragons. If we turn to the ladder of the DABSCO Premiership, the Bears now move out to 20 points. In second place, it's Brothers on 18. The Raiders are in third on 14 points. The Dragons, they're still in the top 4. They're on 8 points, but the Sharks have closed that gap from 4 points to 2 points. The Sharks are in 5th on 6 points, and down the bottom of the ladder is the South Darwin Rabbitohs. Next week we have Raiders v Dragons, Sharks vs Bears, Brothers vs Souths. From Chris Foy, myself, Cam, Axel down on the sidelines, from all the team up here at the NRL, NT and Local Media Services Company. Thank you for joining us this evening for this Round 11 clash.
Thanks
boys. Good night.
Thanks, boys, up in the top end. Donnie, it went exactly the way we said it needed to go. The Sharks turned up.
It was kind of what we hoped. It was the only thing that was keeping the top 4 hopes alive, is that the Sharks had to win, and they played like a team that knew that.
Needed to win.
We've seen this all weekend. We've called, you know, three games over the course of the weekend. All of them were elimination final type games, and the team that was in the elimination final got eliminated, except this one here tonight. The last one that we've called the Northern Sharks, with a 32-18 win. Fantastic over the Nightcliff Dragons. Keep their season alive.
We spoke about the ladder too, just off air. They've only beaten, they've beaten now the Dragons. They've beaten the Dragons, and they've beaten
the Rabbitohs.
The Rabbitohs. Yeah, to be getting in the top 4 is one thing, but they've got to have to beat those teams above them. Yeah, and look, if they bring that, there's no reason they can't.
I mean, I think I said right at the top of the broadcast, so far this season, they haven't played well enough to play finals. But if they make finals from this point, they're gonna earn it. They're gonna deserve it.
We've just seen that that try. There's 2 tries. There's that one at the very end of that first half. And that one there that came from a big hit, was in the right place at the right time, almost got chased down. That is 12 points. That's 12 points that really came against the run of play. Take that 12 points away, and all of a sudden that scoreboard looks very different, and I think probably is better reflective of the actual result.
I think it's this one here, the Matana Droga's try. This is the try.
This is fantastic.
One of the tries of the season.
We called this. I called this off air, and I said, "Switch hands, push him out the way." There you go. We called this. This was fantastic. Just bust, and that's what you want. You want to see in rugby league. Not just to try, not just to run from 80 metres. You want to see a bit of get out of my way. You want to see a bit of push and shove. You want to see
we needed the commentary cam for that one. Because,
100%.
We were all going off when that try happened. It was an absolute ripper.
Well, it's been a massive day, rugby league. West Coast, the top end rugby league. We've done 3 games back to back to back, and I think we've ended with the best one. So it has been the Sharks. They turned up today. They had to do a job. Still a fair bit of job to do. They've got to prove themselves in the next few games if there'd be any chance of not only making the top 4 but actually having an impact in the business end of the season. I've been David McRae. Donnie Bell, fantastic again for you to join us. The boys up at the top end, Cam, Axe and Chris, thank you very much. But from right now, enjoy your Sunday. We'll catch you again next week for some more fantastic NRL action.